Yes, welcome to the Arnorsville playing field. Day 3. We have already had just over half an hour of play. So we apologize for the delay in the stream. And the score is now 236 for 6, Jamaica, having been sent in to bat. It's a short delivery, very short delivery by Roberts. And Hines just ducks on it. Hines and Edwards at the crease, the two overnight batsmen. Johnson and Barnes dismissed very early in the piece. Here with me in the commentary box is Miss Stacey and Adams. Good morning, Stacey Ann.
Yes, good morning to you, Alanson. Good morning to all the viewers out there. Both batters dismissed within 3 deliveries. Smith picking up that big wicket of Jordan Johnson bowled, and Roberts, who's in operation now, he picked up that wicket of the skipper, Brian Barnes, caught just forward of square.
Yes, very interesting partnership between the two. A massive partnership. A partnership of 144. And then overnight, Stacey Ann did some stats on that partnership. So we'll hear from her at the end of the over as to the breakdown of that partnership. Roberts again, he's into Hines. This one is just outside the off stump. Hines pushes forward, but straight to the man at point. There's no run.
Yeah, Barbados certainly will be happy with picking up those 2 wickets. They've toiled hard yesterday, just after lunch, I believe. The score was on 78 for 4, and they managed to pick up 2 more wickets this morning after 144 runs partnership between those two yesterday. It's a short ball. It's an appeal for a catch, but the umpire seemingly believes it came off of the body of Alex Hines. Signal into the dressing room. The umpire, I believe he's calling for them to have a check. But I don't think that came off of his helmet. Did it, Alanson? Looked like it came off of his body somewhere.
No, it didn't come off his helmet. It was lower. It was too low to be off the helmet from where we were standing. So maybe he's just calling for some, yes, he's calling for some treatment just in case there was any damage done to the batsman there, Hines.
Yes, but while we wait, just going back to that partnership yesterday, I mean, we've spoken a great deal about how faultless it was in terms of gap finding and picking up singles and twos, turning singles into twos and twos into threes. And so yesterday they had 139 overall, 144 runs partnership, and in that 144 runs partnership, 79 singles was scored, 17 twos, 3 threes, and just 4 fours. Exceptional from those 2 young men. The stat that I'm looking at is the 4 fours. It tells me that they ran a lot. 144 runs, just 4 boundaries between the 2 of them in that partnership. 79 singles. Really impressive stuff from the 2 youngsters yesterday.
Yes, they ensured that the strike was rotating and that the bowlers had to adjust. Although the 2 of them are 2 left-handers, they have different styles in the batting, different heights as well as the batsmen. So the lengths will still have to be adjusted on the lines to suit. And they ensured that the bowlers had to make those subtle adjustments quite regularly by rotating the strike consistently. When they got together, Jamaica were only 78 for 4, and they did a marvelous job of repairing the innings and putting them in a position of ascendancy. Of course, now Barbados, this morning, they have taken 2 very quick wickets, so they have pegged them back just a bit, and they'll be looking to wrap up the remaining 4 as quickly as possible to give themselves a good chance of still having been in a good position in this game.
Yes, and importantly, the 2 wickets of the 2 set batters were picked up early this morning. So 2 fairly new batters at this crease, Hines and Ryan Edwards.
This one is short by Roberts outside the off stump, left alone by Hines. And just an idea of the feel that is there. There are 2 slips. There's a man at backward point. There is an extra cover. There is a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg, just forward of square, a deep backward square leg, a fine leg in place. So it's a 5-4 field. 5 onside, offside fielders and 4 on the onside. As Roberts comes in again to, that's a lovely delivery, loud appeal, and a judge to be knocked out by umpire Bonari, and that's the end of the over. It's 236 for 6.
We've had a lot of that this morning, Alanson, a lot of appeals, a lot of shaking of the head from the umpire saying no as well. And now they've decided to bring out the helmet. I believe we'll see a short leg in play. Off air, you were talking about having a short leg in play, particularly to Ryan Edwards, because a lot of deliveries were popped up to him. But, well, the helmet is actually for the keeper, Joshua Morris. So spin is going to be introduced. Nathan Seeley, the skipper, picked up 2 wickets yesterday.
Seeley introducing himself very early. Don't know if Smith is a little bit tired from his short spell this morning, but I think the Pacers were bowling very well and they were keeping the pressure on the batsmen. And they are the ones who actually dislodged the overnight batsmen with good deliveries. And I think they were creating sufficient chances. But Seeley, he sees it differently. He wants to wrap them up even more quickly than what he's seen. And so he has reintroduced himself into the bowling. He's bowling for the first time this morning. He's bowling with a long on, long off. He has a straightish extra cover, a straightish cover point. Man backward of point as he comes in now. There's also a slip. This one is flighted, played back to the bowler. There's no run. There is a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a man at a short mid-wicket. As he comes in again to bowl to Edwards, comes forward, splices it off the outside half of his bat to the man at extra cover. There's no run. Seeley again. This one is flighted. Some turn, played softly off the bat there by Edwards to the man at point. There's no run.
Yeah, the Pacers, just to go back to them, they bowl with great control this morning, decent line and length, certainly troubled the batters. But as you mentioned, Seeley believes that he's the man to just wrap things up quickly, as he's often done for Barbados throughout this tournament.
Yes, there is some turn in the wicket. It is assisting both the fast bowlers and the spinners, albeit that it's a fairly slow surface as he comes in now again to bowl to Edwards, who turns this one on the onside. Time for 2, the turn now. We'll get it quite comfortably in the end. And so 2 runs there to Edwards. This one was on the line of the leg stump, came forward and turned it behind square for 2.
I'm thinking Edwards, after the spell from Smith troubling him, a lot of balls hit him into his body. With the pace now of Seeley, he might prefer facing up to the spinner compared to the fire that he was facing earlier on this morning.
I do agree with you. It's 238 for 6 at the end of the over.
So another change in bowling. Saurav Warrell has ball in hand. So the tactics now is to employ the spinners, probably hoping that these Jamaican batters will get impatient and maybe try to play a big shot. We did see some turn yesterday from young Warrell when he operated. In fact, he had the most turn on the wicket of all the pacers that were in operation yesterday. 4 spinners used yesterday: Dawn, Folks, Seeley and Warrell. And he got the ball to turn the most out of all of them. But this morning he has the ball in hand. He's going to bowl to Hines. Just that one man in the slip catching, Joshua Dawn. So right away they get a quick single, a direct hit. Some interest from the fielders, but not out, says umpire Rajkumar.
Yes, that one was a quick single taken there by the 2 batsmen. A direct hit coming in from the fielder there at point. But Umpire Rajkumar saying that he was safely home as the batsman scampered through for that quick single.
It's not for the first time a bit of miscommunication between these two in terms of whether they should run or not. The non-striker was a bit... Yeah, the non-striker was a bit hesitant in taking that run, much like what happened earlier. That occasion needed a direct hit or even a throw to the keeper's glove, and it would have been curtains for Alex Hines. Fortunately, Ryan Edwards on that occasion got in quite safely in the end.
Warrior again. This one is turning nicely, but there's an appeal there for leg before, but that one would have passed the leg stump quite easily with that turn that we saw on that delivery. Dawn is at slip, so there's a slip, there is a backward point, there's a cover point, there is a, as he comes forward again to defend. Beaten there, this one striking him on the body. And there is an extra cover, a man at long off, long on, short mid-wicket, square leg, straightish mid-wicket on the boundary as well. As he comes in again, this one is flighted on the pads, turned to the man there at square leg, and there is no run. Is there a case here for a short leg? Seeing that the ball is turning into the right-hander, Stacey, and I'll get back to you after this delivery. This one is flighted again on the pads. He's turning it for a single. Edwards gets there quickly and safely. So another run to the total.
That question that you asked, I feel as if it's a rhetorical one. Because certainly, with the ball turning back in sharply like that, you will want to have a short leg in play just for any sharp opportunity there close by from these batters. And you did mention, I mean, much like he did to the Pacers, a lot of deliveries are popping up off of his battery, and Edwards is not playing it down with soft hands. So, and definitely an opportunity might present itself to a short leg there to the spin bowler.
Yes, and that's the end of the first hour. We'll now have a drinks break, and well, actually 45 minutes. So we'll have a short drinks break now, and then we'll come back to you in a while with live action. Yes, welcome back to the picturesque Arnisville playing field, where we have the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 competition. Final game here in the 3-day tournament. Barbados taking on Barbados versus Jamaica, sorry. Jamaica 240 for 6 after being inserted to bat yesterday. We had a century from Johnson. And Sealy now, he will be bowling to Edwards. So Sealy to Edwards, this one just outside the off stump, spinning away, beating him. And again, with me in the commentary box for the time being is Miss Stacey Ann Adams. Good morning again, Stacey Ann.
Good morning once more, Alan son. We like saying morning to each other that much.
Yes, it's still morning. And this one is forward Edwards. It looks a lot more comfortable to Sealy than against the pace bowlers. Playing that one in the approved manner. Sealy again into Edwards. This one is flighted, turning away. Drops the hands. A lovely delivery there, but well played by Edwards. As I said, he looks a bit more comfortable to the left arm spinner than he was looking to the fast bowlers. He was playing with hard hands and also low hands. So a lot was popping up near the bat. A lot of the deliveries as he defended. This one is looking to drive, but really a Yorker length, so just jams down on it. And there's no run.
Yeah, Barbados, they got themselves into a good situation this morning, picking up those 2 wickets as quickly as they did. So it's on them now to wrap up the innings before Jamaica add any more runs to their tally. I mean, they've added 33 runs to their overnight score so far, Jamaica, and fairly certain they were hoping to press on the accelerator, maybe getting close to 300 and beyond before the first session of play. However, that was curtailed by picking up those 2 quick wickets, in particular being the 2 set batters. So it's on Barbados now to try to wrap things up as quickly as possible. 4 more wickets to get.
Yeah, so at the end of over number 91, the score is 240 for 6. Jamaican under 19 at the wicket, under 19 team. Barbados, as you mentioned, they have taken 2 wickets this morning. The overnight score was 217 for 4. So thus far this morning, they have added 23 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. The Barbados team, skipper is ringing the changes. He bowled Warrell that previous over, but now we see that there's going to be a change. Springer is going to be bowling. Leacock, is going to be bowling from the Beckway end.
Yes, maybe a message came out during the water break. So Warrell, who bowled 1 over, has been replaced by a seam bowler in Leacock.
Interesting move. I was thinking to myself that they did take the pacers off quite early this morning, especially to Edwards, who was looking quite uncomfortable to the pace bowling. This one is down the leg side, left alone by Hines. Dogged type of cricketer, Hines. Bowls tight, left arm orthodox spin. And a stodgy batsman in the lower order. Edwards, the opening fast bowler, left-arm bowler for the Jamaican team. They're at the wicket with him as Leacock now comes in again to Hines. This one is looking to cut, but leaden-footed. Didn't really get the back foot across. Poking at that one. But he was beaten outside the off stump, so gets away with it in the end. That one had some wit on it, and it was an opportunity maybe to get some runs, which I think are at a premium here. I think they're thinking, the Jamaican team, that let's try to get as many as we can. Try to push the first innings total to as high a mark as possible. He's looking to pull that one, but that one went over his bat as he was attempting the shot. That's 1 for the over, signaled by umpire Bonari. Leacock again into Hines. This one is driven to the man at mid-off. Nice looking shot. But again, if you look at the back foot, it hasn't really come across at all. So he's not making that back and across move. We saw earlier when he was facing up to Roberts and to Smith as they had their opening spell, that they got some to go between the bat and pad. One of them almost bowling him as he stretched forward. So that's something he has to look at. This one, he's looking to pull again, but I don't think he kept his eyes on that one sufficiently long enough to make good contact. He was beaten, attempting the shot. 240 for 6. Jamaica on the 19. It's a magnificent day here at Arnesville. Blue sky, very calm seas. And all we could say is that August is here. This is typical August weather for those who are familiar with these parts. This one is short outside the awesome. He plays it to the man at point, backward point, but there's no run. Yeah. And that's the end of the over. It remains at 240 for 6, the score.
Yeah, good spot there from you, Alanson. What he has is a trigger movement, but his feet doesn't really get in position to play those balls that he's driving as well. That's what I noticed with him. I'm looking at him on my cell phone. And there's a trigger movement, but in terms of getting his feet in the correct position, it's not there. He's very much all hands, Alex Hines.
Yes, yes, something that is obvious from where we are sitting, because we are almost over the bowler's arm from the end that Seeley is bowling now. So when Hines is facing facing the bowler from the opposite end, Leacock, we are able to see his movements quite clearly, as he's closer to us on when he's facing from the opposite end. As Seeley now, he comes in to bowl to Edwards. It's flighted, comes forward, plays it nicely down the pitch. There's no run. This one is a bit wider, which he plays to the man at point, still doesn't score.
Yes, what I'm surprised with is that the Pacers, they haven't attacked the stumps more in this innings for the Jamaican team. That's quite surprising.
Yes, especially bowling now to the lower order batsmen. This one is closing the face just a little too early and gets the leading edge, which goes down to the man at point. Looks like Folks gets around quickly, prevents any run. He's looking to turn that one into the onside against the spin, a dangerous shot. He has to be careful. Seeley comes in again. This one, he punches it off the back foot to the man who comes around there. Folks doing the feeling. There's no run. This one is a bit straighter. And they take the quick single. It's a close one. A good one in the end. They get there without any mishaps. But that was a very tight single. But the call was early and they were both responsive enough to it.
Yeah, Hines was just laying back on his back a bit. Wasn't aware of a single. Luckily for him, he ran through just as quickly as his partner did. And got in the end. Bit of limp at the end there for him when he got in. Hope he's okay and nothing too serious.
This one is a straighter one, a flatter one. Not much loop or turn on that. And it plays it off the back foot. And that's the end of the over. At the end of the over, solitary run coming from it. It's 241 for 6. So Leacock will continue to Edwards. The field remains the same. 5-4 offside bias, as it was in the last over. So I think that he'll be looking to bowl just outside the off stump. He has 2 slips in place, and hoping for that nick to dismiss Edwards. Leacock comes in now. Yes, just on that line. This one is edged to the man at slip, but falls well short of him. Stops it from going past him, does Gadsden Bowens, and there's no run. But that's the line and the length that I think that he's looking for based on his field set.
Yes, but it's another edge of a fast bowler that doesn't get up or go to hand in the slip. It's nicely bowled by Leacock, just squaring up Ryan Edwards. Attacking the stumps more in this over, the first 2 deliveries. So that's a good start.
This one is edge, is it? No, just pops up square. But that one got some height off the pitch, and as we said, Edwards tends to play with low hands. So any delivery that kind of pops off the wicket will give him some issues.
So just there I was thinking, for that you bowl shorter and maybe into his body a bit more, and you have the field set, the short leg close.
The short leg,
well.
exactly. Because you have seen so far that he has popped a few that was straight in line, especially when Roberts was bowling to him. Roberts a tall bowler. And doesn't seem to be comfortable with that length. And I think one of the reasons is because of his technique, where he plays with very low hands, and he also kind of jabs at the ball. Doesn't allow it to come on to him.
Yeah, he looks uncertain when it's banged into his body.
This one is too short, goes over his head, evades it easily in the end. 1 for the over being called by umpire Bonari.
So it could be something similar to how they got Ware out. He didn't have a short leg for Ware, but the bowler kept attacking him, short balls into his body. Eventually, he pulled one, he got a top edge to the man at square leg. So that sort of line and length to Edwards could be a successful one. And they have the man out at square leg already, but just to have that short fielder in his eye line to create some uncertainty. So 241 for 6 at the end of 94 overs.
Yes, I made an over bowl there, and joining me now in the commentary box as we say goodbye to Stacey, and for now will be Mr. Kenroy Martin. Good morning to you, Kenroy. Good morning to you. Interesting morning session so far, Kenroy. 2 wickets, 24 runs. They're not really running away with the runs, but the Barbados team have taken 2 wickets. Where do you see the Jamaica team ending up now from this position, as we have Sealy continuing? We'll get to that so soon. This one is turned to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The Jamaican team has lost their 2 overnight batters. And the approach that they have now presently, tells me that they want to get to 250 to 300 runs to get the maximum batting points. They're soaking up a few dot deliveries, not looking to score as much as they were scoring yesterday. So that might be a little damper for them. They need to score. This is day number 2. There's a day and some left in this game. They have to be careful, as that one slide past the bat into the keeper's glove. So I think that that's a plan for the Jamaicans to get to 300 runs, to get the maximum batting points.
All right, point taken. You saw that one bouncing and turning there from Seeley as he bowled to Hines, who himself is a left-arm spinner. This one is flatter, straighter, punch to the man at short mid-wicket. No run. This one is a flighty delivery. Driven down to the man at mid-off. An easy single. Mid-off was quite deep. Bowens. And so an easy single to Hines. Takes his tally up to 8 runs. And Edwards is batting on 10 runs. This one is a full delivery on middle and off, which is turned to the man at mid-wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the over. At the end of 95 overs, the score is 242 for 6. Jamaica on the 19 team at the wicket.
Yeah, Jamaica progressing slowly. Lost those 2 wickets early this morning, the overnight batters. That of Johnson, the skipper. And they have progressed slowly. What is evident though is that they want to occupy the crease, score as much runs as possible, but they have to do that in a positive manner as well. This is day number 2. You have played over an hour plus. They have to be careful as to how they approach it. It may come back to haunt them. Still have to look to score runs.
It's very important that they take advantage of the position that they really found themselves in this morning.
Yes.
Overnight, 2-17 for 4. As Hines comes forward, pushes it to the man at extra cover. Leacock continuing, there is no run.
They may bat long periods, but they may not give themselves enough time to bowl Barbados out. Barbados is a good batting team, and if they get stuck into this wicket, it might be a difficult task for them to get this Barbadian team out. So they have to be careful as to how they do things from here on in.
This one forward is Hines, playing it on the walk, but goes straight to the man at point. No run.
Batter just looks sedated, not looking for anything at all. Just content on blocking those deliveries, not looking for runs. The other batters yesterday, they batted positive, they looked for the runs, and that was the difference in the game. You have to look to score, must look to score.
Yes, they get a single on this occasion, just to the right of the field at point. Folks. Well, I think of the 2, Edwards has looked to be the one who is trying to press the initiative, but he also looks the less capable batsman. So Hines just seems comfortable, very languidly just playing the deliveries. Doesn't seem to be in much of a hurry. And as you said, they have to be mindful of the fact that they need enough time to try to get a result from this game, as that's another short delivery. Well played, well evaded there by Edwards, as it was banged in by Leacock. One for the over being called by umpire Bonwari.
Yes, a good short delivery by Leacock, climbing across the shoulder, evaded by the batter. A really good pace. The wicket has picked up some pace this morning as well. See some quick deliveries being bowled by Roberts as well. The fast bowlers have hit the deck and they have took off, really. So encouraging signs for the Jamaicans.
This one is on the back foot. Plays it. Doesn't look comfortable playing it back down the pitch, but does it effectively in the end, does Edwards. And there's no run.
I'm just thinking that Jamaica, in the position that they are in, really should have taken advantage of the situation and really put the Barbadians under some serious pressure. Play more aggressive, look for more runs, and really kind of sort of put the game out of Barbados' way rather than playing it the way that they're doing now. Take the initiative, score runs, take on the bowlers, get as much as possible before lunch, and give yourself that opportunity to get Barbados out within a day and a half or so.
It's at the end of the over, 243 for 6. Well, it's scheduled to have 98 overs today with a 9:30 start. And I think probably what Jamaica needs to think to themselves is that they should probably try to bat up until lunch, there or thereabouts, and try to see how many they can get by that time to allow themselves an opportunity really to get 2 innings in. We have seen that this pitch is playing quite okay as you compare it to the one that we had in the last round. That was really, really helping the spinners a great deal. And so the spinners were able to really run through either side. When we saw the Leewards taking on Barbados. And we also had something similar with Jamaica and Windwards in the round before that.
Yeah.
So it's not Jamaica and Windwards, Guyana and Windwards. So it's something that they have to be mindful of. The wicket is still playing quite well. And so they would need a bit more time to do the needful if they have to force out a victory here.
Yes, the wicket has flattened out. It's good for batting, and that's the thing. These are the things that you have to look at. It has flattened out. It's good for batting. It will be more difficult for your bowlers to dislodge the batters. So you will need more time to do so. So Jamaica has to be careful as to how they go about things here. Try and get as much runs as possible. As I said, they look rather sedated, not looking to score. It seems as though they want to just take the time out of the game. Really, just bat as long as possible. But you need to score runs. You have an advantage. You're 243. Score. Pressure them. Run hard, just like that. Put the fielders under pressure. Take the runs.
It's a quick single there to point by, just forward of point. Taken by Hines. Edwards called him through, and they were through for the single safely in the end, beating the throw to the non-strikers end. Edwards now will be on strike to Sealy. This one is a flighty delivery on the leg stump. He turns it just behind square. Thinking of 2. He's coming back. That's excellent running by Edwards. Excellent running by Edwards. Gets through for 2 quite easily in the end.
Yeah, excellent cricket there by Edwards. That's the cricket I'm talking about. Put pressure on the fielders. Accumulate as much runs as possible. That's the kind of cricket he should be playing. You have the advantage. Press home the advantage.
Yes, and as I mentioned, he has been the more aggressive of the 2 at the wicket. Edwards. Slight change in the field. The man at the backward square leg position on the boundary is coming in. That's where they just took the 2 runs. So he's now just on the edge of what would have been the 30-yard circle in a short form match. There's an appeal there, but angling down the leg side. That one was the straighter one. Didn't have any turn. This one just played down. An appeal, but a stifled one. Here, Sealy again. Edwards ready this time. Comes forward, plays it. Bat and pad close together. High left elbow back to the man at extra cover. And that's the end of the over. It's 246 for 6.
Yes, I think Sealy's strategy this morning, after getting those 2 wickets, he should have been really pressing home to get these other 4 wickets for Jamaica. He's just a little bit laid back after getting those 2 big batters. And the bowling after the lower end, the back end, I really think that he should have used at least a helmet, 2 slips and so on. Put the pressure on the batters. Try and get them out as soon as possible. But he's just laid back and allowing things to happen.
Well, notably, we have not seen a short leg all morning. And as I was saying earlier, several deliveries have popped up, in those close positions. Might not necessarily have gone to the short leg, but at least you have somebody there in case. And that's really just you showing and telling the batsman, listen, you need to get the ball down, because if you don't, there's somebody there to take the catch.
Yes.
And so sometimes these things just add the pressure that you need in order to prize the batsman out of the wicket. And he has gone back now to Warrior after just a couple overs of Leacock. It's almost like he's looking for somebody. Not too sure why he took Warrior off after having brought him on in the first place, because he did bowl a good over to when he came on.
Well, mixed strategies from Sealy.
This one is flighted, played calmly to the man at short mid wicket, and again I'm begging for a short leg. Begging for a short leg with the right hander facing the off spinner. This one played to the vicinity of where the short leg would have been.
That inside edge again. You have to be semi-defensive, semi-attacking in this whole scenario here. You have to look for wickets. You have to bowl them out. And that on edges.
That one, looking closely at that, it seemed that he bowled that one with a different action. Ever so often, he bowls a delivery almost with a leg spinner's action. So that one just went on straight and took the outside edge. So that is why the slip fielder there, Don, is there and has been kept interested because of that delivery that he bowls. Here he is again into Hines. This one is a conventional off spinner. Strokes it to mid-off and there's no run.
That delivery that you spoke about a while ago, it comes over the head. Comes a little straighter. The original off spinner comes from a little wider. Just like that one. When he bowls that one, he comes a little closer.
And these are the things the batsmen have to be looking at, because there are slight changes in his action as he's bowling it.
Yes.
You can see if you're looking closely. He comes in again to Hines, off break. This one turns in, but he plays it late and keeps it out. That's the end of the over. A good over, good threatening over there from Worrell. It's 248 for 6.
Yes, Jamaica progressing, but progressing slowly. Really, they are the ones in control of this game presently. 248 for 6. Good batting by their skipper and the Johnson from yesterday. Really batted splendidly throughout the day. Unfortunately, they got out this morning pretty early. But Barbados have not really taken advantage of that situation. Jamaica still at the crease. They are 248 for 6. Looking for that 250, 300 runs to get the maximum batting points in this innings, which is critically important as well. But what would be important as well, Barbados have been in the field since yesterday. And they're here again this morning, more than an hour, almost 2 hours plus now. So that would have a toll on their bodies as well. So how much would that affect them? It's left to be seen as well.
So Sealy is about to continue. He'll be bowling to Edwards. He comes in again. This one is a lovely delivery. Beaten outside the off stump is Edwards as he was stretching forward to that one. That one coming in with the angle and turning away as it pitched.
Yeah, lovely delivery there from Sealy. Just pitching on the off stump, holding its own and go past the bat into the keeper's glove. And good delivery from Sealy.
Another good delivery there. So maybe he has found that pace that he needs to pitch. Has found this pace as well in this over. And he'll be looking to keep it just around that same spot. Comes in again. This one is a bit fuller. Push to the man at mid-wicket. There is no run. Ooh, and this one was a straighter one. It may have been the arm ball. But well watched there by Edwards. He's looking at the ball with a hawk eye. Not to be confused with the tool that they use to determine whether you're out LBW or not. But this one again, he plays it late under his eyes. It was a Yorker length, but he's looking very closely at that delivery. And so far, he's doing the job for his team.
Yeah, testing over here by Seeley, bowling to Edwards, just on that off stump, asking questions of him. Again, he's out caught.
This one is off the edge, goes to the man Don, and again, that combination, ball Seeley, caught Don at first slip.
Well, I was just saying a testing over by Seeley, hitting that length just on the off stump, spinning across, and that one pitched just on the off stump. He played, hit the outer portion of the bat, and safe hands of Don in the first slip took that catch, and they have lost wicket number 7. A good delivery from Seeley and an excellent catch by Don again.
Yes, very good delivery. And you can't fault the batsman batting at number 8 on that occasion for edging that delivery. Some have come on straight, as we mentioned before. So once the angle is like that, then he has to play. And that one pitched and turned away sharply from him and going to Don at slip. So good effort there from Edwards. He'll be a little bit disappointed. He walks off a bit dejectedly, but he has done a job for his team. And he'll be hoping that who comes to replace him, it looks like Mead, the pacer, that he will also be able to continue the work with Hines. The Barbados team, on the other hand, they will be looking to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible. The Jamaica team, they're already 248, so they're too shy of 250. And I think that will be the first mark that they have in their mind. But these two spinners would want to try to wrap the innings up without much damage or any further damage from the Jamaican side.
Well, what was very important there is that Seeley hit that uncertainty area just on the off stump where he went across the bat 2 or 3 times and then pitched it right in that area where you have to play, the area of uncertainty, and he played, and that one hit the outer portion of the bat and carried to the man at first slip. Really good bowling by Seeley, and as we said before, he finds it rather easier to bowl after the right-hander rather than the left-handers.
Agreed, and this one is played down too long on by Hines. Full delivery from Worrell. And what was key in that over, as I said after the first 2 deliveries also, that he was finding that spot that he needs to be often. And so he created a lot more issues in that over. And I think now he probably might be settled now into his spell. So has to be one to watch from here on. As Mead comes on into strike for his first delivery, facing Worrell. This one's played back to the bowler. There was a slight change in the field. An extra fielder came from the offside to the onside in that mid-wicket, that straight mid-on area. This one is a loud appeal, but should be sliding down the leg side based on the turn. Not out, says umpire Bonwari. This time it's outside the off stump and well played there by Mead. Back along the pitch. There's no run. It's defending an immaculate forward defense there from Mead back down the pitch.
So as they normally say, he has closed up shop. Really tight defense from Mead.
This time he's sweeping. Slight misfield by the fielder there, just behind square on the onside. Looks like Roberts. And with that, they're able to get through for the single. And that single brings up the 250 for the Jamaican under 19 team. At the end of the over, it's 250 for 7.
Yeah, important milestone to reach as a team, 250. That's your second batting point, second or third? Second batting point, 150, 200, 200, 250. Your third batting point. Your third batting point, critically important in this game. This is a final. You need to maximize as much as you can. And Jamaica has done that, and they have gotten to the 250. Well done to them. And they continue to press home the advantage that they have on the Barbadians. But what is important as well, Sealy has taken all right-handers, all three of them.
Oh, and that's a lovely delivery again. Beating the outside edge of Mead as he prodded forward. So he seems to have warmed up to the occasion now. Sealy. And this one is another one that bounces and turns away from the right-hander. Squares him up. Really turned him inside out there.
Yeah, he has found the spot, Sealy. He's bowling to right-handers. He's more comfortable with that, and that tells you how effective he has been against the right-handers.
This one is forward, defends it nicely to the man at extra cover. Does Mead. That one was quite full. May have been an opportunity there to actually drive that one. But that's not the mindset now of the batsmen against Sealy. They're thinking more of survival as he comes in. This one is full again, but hit straight to the man at mid-on, Roberts. There's no run. We'll be a little disappointed with that one made.
Well, what Sealy has done is he has brought the field in a little tighter, cutting off those singles, easy singles, and he has made things more difficult for the batters here. He's telling them, if you need to score runs, you need to go over the top, which I do agree with him.
Yeah, it's something that we didn't see a lot of yesterday during that big partnership. There was always some space in the field that you could get your singles. And they utilized those spaces. They did not play too many shots in anger. We already mentioned when Stacey was on the commentary that in the entire partnership, they only hit about 5 boundaries.
Yes,
right?
They ran
4
well.
boundaries are being corrected, so 4
They
boundaries.
ran well when they got the bad deliveries. They dispatched them, and that tells you that how well that they batted together as a team. Really, they did exceptionally well. They played patiently. They played aggressively when they ought to, but they also did what was required of them: bat long, take the singles, don't risk your wicket, and score as much as possible. That's all they did. Simple cricket. And they did very well. And they have gotten Jamaica up to 250 now. And really in a good commanding position here.
So Folks replaces Worrell. Again, Worrell, a very short spell. I don't think you allow a spinner, especially a spinner. Spinners need maybe a couple overs also to find their range, as we have seen from the captain when he's bowling. Don't think you allow a spinner to settle when you keep giving them these very short spells. Unless you're speaking of a very experienced, world-class spinner who is accustomed to that type of thing.
I probably think Celia is thinking that there are 2 right-handers at the crease, and he wants to introduce a leg spinner. He has done well against them, a left-arm orthodox, so he's now bringing his leg spinner to bowl from the other end. Unfortunate for the off-spinner, he has to leave again. You have to make way for him.
And this one is pushed down to the man at long on for a single. Folks yet to get a wicket in this innings. Bowled a good spell yesterday, but wasn't successful in terms of wicket taking. This time he's into Hines. It's a loud appeal, but going down the leg side.
Yeah. I think that the fast bowlers from Barbados bowled well this morning on the surface. They really ran and hit the deck. Couple of balls took off. They hit a nice line outside the off stump, and they did well. Unfortunately, they didn't get the results that they wanted, as much wickets as they wanted. But I think that they bowled really well, these fast bowlers.
Yes, I actually was thinking that he could have rotated them a bit more so that they could have bowled for a longer period. They actually troubled the tailenders. This one is off the edge. It's caught behind. So Folks takes the wicket. Hines goes. And that's a big loopy leg break. Looking to drive. And that one biting his edge. A good catch there by Morris behind the wicket. So the 8th wicket goes down. It's 250 for 8. So Sealy is saying, well, yes, the fast bowlers bowl well, but I think I want to make that change because I think my spinners can run through the tail.
Yes, a good delivery by folks. Flighted delivery outside the off stump. Hines went for the drive, hitting the outer portion of the bat into the keeper's glove. A good catch by Morris. And really the change has worked for Sealy and Barbados. They have picked up wicket number 8 due to driven big shot there by Hines, looking to go through the covers, hitting the outer portion of the bat. And really Jamaica have lost just about 4 to 5 wickets this morning, 4 wickets this morning for a little bit.
Yes, they have lost 4 wickets for 35 runs.
Yeah, that's the issue here. You could occupy the crease, but you have to score. You have to score.
All right, so at this time, we're going to have another change in the box as we have a new batsman coming in, Redwood. He will replace Hines at the wicket, and he will join his teammate Mead. And Barbados team will be very happy with the action so far this morning, having taken 4 wickets for 35 runs, as we mentioned. The threat of Johnson and Barnes, both of them removed within the space of just a few deliveries, 3 or so deliveries this morning. And that really changed the complexion of the entire situation for both teams. And so now we'll have a water break and we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more live action for you. All right, welcome back to the Andersville playing field. Folks just taking the wicket of Hines. And that first delivery is called a no ball to Redwood. It was a very short delivery, but seems to have overstepped as well. He is again to Redwood, who is also a leg spinner. This one is flighted, beaten outside the off stump. Nice bounce, nice turn. And that's the end of the over. Successful one for folks. It's now 253 for 8 as I'm now joined in the commentary box by Miss Stacey and Adams.
Hello again, Alanson. Just something I was looking at off air. With the dismissal of Hines, that's one. 2 things I was looking at. Mentioned before is he has this trigger movement, but he doesn't really get to the pitch of the ball. So something for him to work on when he gets back to Jamaica. Just getting that front foot out a bit more, getting a proper stride into the ball.
Yes, and he could use a bit more of his height. He's a fairly tall young man.
Yes. He has nice hands, loves a drive, you can see that, but just that little tweak might be helpful to him as Nathan Sealy is continuing to Ryan Edwards. So it's Nasheed Mead on strike. I think Edwards was already dismissed. I beg your pardon. Oof, just play and a miss there. Flirting with danger is Nasheed Mead. Just something to highlight. One of the reasons why Barbados have been so successful, if they've managed to bowl out all of their the opposition teams in this tournament so far. It's an appeal for caught at the silly point, but certainly a bomb ball straight into the hands of Leacock there under the lid.
Yeah, there was what you call a spectator's catch. But even the fielders were appealing, so.
Yeah, so just going back to my point with Barbados, they've managed to bowl out all of the teams that they've played so far in this tournament. In fact, this score of over 250 is the only time any team has managed to get to over 200 against Barbados. So certainly Jamaica should say that they've achieved something here against the Barbados team. The best before this was 191 in a losing cause. That was Guyana at Park Hill. And that was a batting paradise, I heard. So it's over completed, a maiden one, 253 for it.
Yes, you made some good points there, Stacey, and regarding the successful tournament that the Barbados bowling unit have had, and the fact that they have limited the opponents to under 200 on every occasion except this one. And I think that has gone a long way in determining where they are now. They have won all 3 matches that they have played coming into the final. And it also means that this is a good effort from the Jamaican team to be in this position now. Although they'll be disappointed based on where they started today at 217 for 4. It means that they will give Barbados a bit of a greater challenge than they have had so far from any of the other teams up to this point in the competition.
As Jamaica themselves, I believe, when we see the 9th wicket falling, I believe that's when we'll see a declaration from Jamaica. I remember the game that they played against their first game. They got to 152 for 9 and they declared. They didn't want to give bowling points to the team. So
yes,
might
strategic move, of course.
Yeah, might see something similar here from them. We'll wait to see. It's all notional at this point as Swan is played with his pads, padded away.
Yes, padded away like Padams. I'll say good morning to Mr. Jimmy Adams, former director of cricket.
Swan is driven nicely, but won't beat the fielders in the cover area. Good stop there by Raniko Smith. It's driven, but not with a lot of power on that occasion, so couldn't beat the fielders in the ring. Swan is swept. There's someone placed there for that shot, so Redwood gets off the mark. One is pulled. There's a fielder there. They'll just get one. In a half of the bat. Didn't really make good connection as the over is completed. So 255 for 8, Jamaica.
Yes, looking at that over from Folks, they inserted a silly point. Made a slight adjustment there by adding that man in that position. And I'm thinking that the same thing really should be done for the left arm spinner. It seems as if they will do it as well, based on what we see happening now. And I'm also of the opinion that for the off spinner, you should also have the short leg, because that's the direction of turn. Any inside edge or anything, that is where it's going to go. So something that they should really consider. Think about how they are likely to get the dismissals.
Oh, this one, he goes for it. There's an appeal and it's given. So an easy catch there for Joshua Morris. And Shane Mead looking to send that ball somewhere into the region of the mid-wicket boundary. Has been dismissed.
Yes, and that's the 4th wicket for Nathan Seeley. Again, he is in the wickets, among the wickets for his side. And that one had some bounce on it. and it seemed as if it came off that top edge as Mead was looking for the slog sweep over the mid-wicket area. Ambitious shot for the lower order batsman, but I think that in their minds they're thinking now that they perhaps have a timing that they're thinking of regarding the end of the innings.
Well, no declaration, surprisingly. Know that they like to declare just before the team can manage to get bowling points. But they've decided to bat on.
But maybe they're confident that the batsmen can bat for a little while, and maybe they will still declare after another few overs of the partnership. Maybe they're hopeful that they'll be able to survive for some time. As the new batsman comes out, Deshaun James.
So it's a case of getting as many runs as possible here for Jamaica. And Nathan Seeley has an opportunity to pick up a fifer as well. It'll be his 4th in this tournament so far, if he does so.
It's very impressive. He's the leading wicket taker in the tournament as well.
Yes, if he gets this wicket, he'll actually go up to 30 wickets in the tournament as well. Started on 25 in this match. Has 4 so far. So well defended there by Deshaun James. It's quite surprising from a Jamaica perspective that one, they're still batting on, given how they have approached their innings after the dismissals of Barnes and Johnson. The innings never really got going again. It was just there and thereabout looking to survive, as this one is edged just past Joshua Dawn. So they'll pick up 2 more. What we expected to see in a position that they were in, more authoritative shots, more boundaries being hit. Instead, Barbados was just able to get on top of them and pick up 5 more wickets this morning quite quickly for very little runs.
Yes, the intent wasn't really there from the partnership, although I would admittedly say that Edwards tried to add some scoring to the innings, but of course within the limitations of his own ability.
With that edge, a second slip has been added. Yes, and the bowling has been good as well, but not a lot of intent to score. Played on the back foot and the hustle, a quick single. So good awareness there shown by the 2 batters, picking up that quick single to end the over. It's 258 for 9.
Yes, at the end of the over, that's the score, 258. Now they are in a position where they have added just about 41 runs this morning. They have lost 5 wickets, so 5 for 41. And they'll be thinking to themselves, well, let's see how much longer we could bat on here, and if we can probably approach 270, 280, 285 runs. I think that if some more time had gone this morning, they may have declared, but I think that it's a bit early in this session. I think if it was very close to lunch, they may have declared, and I think that's probably what they have in mind, that they bat maybe until about 11:30 or so, if they can, and then declare.
Judging from the fact that they're still bowling, Isaiah Folk still batting rather, it tells me that they don't think they have enough to know the batting prowess of the Barbados team.
Yes, and the pitch is also playing quite well for batting.
Moves and as again. So close to picking up that 10th wicket, Isaiah Folks. It's interesting though, the tactics of Barbados. Skipper, usually you rotate your seamers, but he's been rotating his spinners this morning. from the other end. So Warrell comes in for 1 over spells, and then Isaiah Folks is on with the ball. He picked up that wicket, so might not see him off the ball anytime soon, given that he picked up that wicket.
Yeah, I think he was just searching for the wicket, and whoever took the wicket was going to stay on. And until somebody took one, everybody is going to just be in that revolving door.
Oh, an edge. I would appeal for LBW. I thought there was an edge that flew past Dawn, but it was an appeal for LBW. Umpire Ryan Bandwari said it's not out, and leg by signal as well. So impact probably outside the off stump, given where that hit from my view. Yeah, certainly, and a bit too high as well. A good call from umpire Ryan Bandwari. Full toss, driven but no run. So that completes the over, just a leg by, 259 for 9.
Yeah, at this stage, the Jamaica team, as you mentioned, I think they're thinking that they don't have enough. So they're thinking that they need to get maybe 270 to 80 from where they are now, and they'll probably feel a little bit better. But it's a case where the innings is just meandering, and they're not really getting a lot of runs. And it seems as if there may be a ball somewhere there with the batsman's name on it. So in the meantime, they need to try to make hay while the sun shines, so to speak. And when I say the batsman, I mean this last pair in particular.
Yeah, so basically they should just go for it. Is that what you're saying, Alanson?
Indeed.
So it's time for some action now from James and Redwood. No point hanging around. It's off the outside edge there. No one around to take a catch.
Yeah,
Flew quickly past the man at Silly Point.
yeah, that was a full toss, for example, outside the off stump, and it was there. He could have driven it firmly.
Yes, and just one fielder out of this. That's the man at mid wicket, Raniko Smith. So when he plays off his pads quite nicely, timed well. Should pick up 2. Worrell gives chase. So 2 more runs added to the total. So definitely has batting ability in Deshaun James.
Yes, he's coming at number 11, but he doesn't seem to be an out-and-out rabbit, as they would say.
Oh, this one beats the outside edge. An appeal, lots of appeal today. I mean, that one I wasn't too sure. I'm not too sure why there was an appeal. Clearly missed the bat.
I don't know if they were appealing for the stumping, but that's the only possible thing I could think of. Missed the bat by quite a few inches. Maybe it's just an indicator of their desire to make inroads into the Jamaican team, and they have actually materialized that today.
They get another single. Should be just a single. And that's 3 runs off that over. 262 for 9. Certainly, given how the wicket has played, Jordan Johnson scoring 100, they'll want to get in and have a chance at it. I don't think there are any batters in the Barbados team that have scored 100 so far. In fact, no one from the Barbados team have scored 100. So that's something that they might be looking to get at the batters when they get a chance to bat. We have hundreds from the Leeward Islands camp, 2 from the Leeward Islands camp, Malik Walsh, Joel Andrew, 2 from Jamaica, Justin Beckford and Jordan Johnson recently yesterday. So 262 for 9. Isaiah Folks will continue to Deshaun James. This one is full. Plays it across the line. I don't think it will get to the boundary. Didn't time it well. Tried to hit it really hard. They come back for a third. Good running from these two to pick up 3 runs there.
It's good cricket all wrong. It was excellent throw as well from the man who did the fielding out there. But they were always running 3. Deshaun James is one of the cricket's players in the competition. So it was always an easy 3 for him. And Redwood gave him that good support. So good cricket there.
This one is pulled down. A short ball. Played it aerially. Just over Isaiah Folks' head. And not enough on it to get to that fielder at mid-off.
I think that was an intentional long hop by Folks. He's looking at Redwood, doesn't see him to be the biggest of individuals, and he's thinking he might play an aggressive shot and not get it very far.
This time he opts to use his pads, kick it away. It might not be a bad ball at all to bowl to Redwood. I mean, given how he played that one, he played it away from his body as well. Wasn't in position to play any sort of shot to it. This one is fuller. Surprised I haven't seen that delivery bowl again, Alanson. I think I would have tried it at least one more time.
Yes, I think it's worth it. Either that or an extremely slow and loopy one. See if you'll have a dip.
He makes connection this time. Will it get to the boundary? Yes. Just gets there, and Redwood picks up a boundary. 269 now for 9.
Yes, the leg spinner saying, well, I bowl leg spin, so I know how to play it. And he was there slog sweeping. It was a very good shot in the end. Sweeping that one on length as well as line. And he was able to get it in front of square and away to the boundary for 4.
So you see what you should be bowling now. Maybe some long hops. Nothing full. This one is pitched up again, driven. Oh, there's a mix-up.
Run out.
Is he gone there? Did he get back? He did. Just getting back there was Redwood in the end. Lucky, fortuitous in the end by Redwood.
Yeah, the throw was high, and that may have given him the opportunity to get back. He was way down the pitch, and really it seemed, by all accounts, that it was a lost cause for him to try to get back. But in the end, he was able to do so.
Bit of drama to end the over. 269 for 9. 108 overs bowled in this innings for the Jamaican team. So the pads and the helmet is going off. So short leg is out of play for now, Alanson.
Not too sure why that is the case. Still bemused by that decision. I think that once you have these close catches in front of the batsman, it makes that forward defensive shot a bit more risky. And you could see how far forward James is lunging now, and he's not really too concerned whether it pops up as that last one did because there's nobody there.
Yes, I was just, I'm still pointing because the man he was right there. Could have taken a catch just in front there. But, this one is edged just short of the second slip. He's getting a bigger stride in now, Deshaun James, just as a result of that fielder coming out.
I was about to ask you if you think that has any relationship with the absence of the forward of the silly point.
Swan is wrapped on the pads. I believe the finger will go up. Yes, indeed. And Nathan Seeley has picked up another fifer And that's the end of the Jamaican innings as well. 269 all out, courtesy of the skipper picking up another 5-wicket haul.
Yes, good bowling from Sealy. An excellent performance by him. Again amongst the wickets. Didn't bowl a lot yesterday while the two left-handers had that massive partnership. But as soon as there was a breakthrough, he was able to see that there was an opportunity for him to come and find himself among the wickets yet again. And soon we'll just give you a run through of the innings for both teams. The bowling innings for the Barbados team and the batting innings for the Jamaican team. And at this point, Jamaica, they were bowled out for 269. Batting for them was Trevor Williams. He was Trevor Williams. Where was he forced to go actually? He went for 3 of 19 deliveries. He was caught Jaden Leacock, bowler Nico Smith. Trevor Williams was LBW to Nathan Seeley for 10 of 30 deliveries. Jordan Johnson, very good innings from him. He was bowler Nico Smith for 120 of 235 deliveries in that massive partnership of 144 with Brian Barnes. Stephen Wedderburn, he went for 6 of 23 deliveries. Caught Joshua Dawn, bowled Saurav Warrell. Justin Beckford was caught Joshua Dawn, bowled Nathan Seeley for 9 of 32 deliveries. Barnes, again, that big partnership with Johnson, his number 3 batsman, the skipper Barnes for Jamaica. Caught Renico Smith, bowled Jaden Roberts for 61 of 150 deliveries. Alex Hines caught Joshua Morris, bowled Isaiah Fawkes for 14 of 52 deliveries. Rion Edwards caught Dawn, bowled Seeley for 12 of 59 deliveries. Nashane Mead caught Morris, bowled Seeley for 3 of 20 deliveries. Tamara Redwood was not out on 5 of 13 deliveries, and Deshaun James, last to be dismissed. LBW Nathan Seeley for 9 of 21 deliveries. How about the bowling, Stacey?
Yes, so Ranico Smith, he started well. He picked up that wicket of Adrian Ware. His figures were 13 overs, 4 maidens, 23 runs, 2 wickets. Jaden Leacock, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs, no wickets. Jaden Roberts, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 45 runs, 1 wicket. The pick up the bowler, Nathan Seeley, in his 31st over. He had 8 maidens, 64 runs, and another 5-wicket haul to his name. Saurav Warrell, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 49 runs, 1 wicket. Joshua Dawn, 5 overs, no maidens, 8 runs, no wickets. And Isaiah Fawkes, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 46 runs, and 1 wicket.
So there you have it, folks. The Jamaica team, they have been bowled out for 269 runs. 269 runs. They were inserted by the Barbados under-19 team yesterday morning, and they have gotten to 269 runs. When we come back after the short break, we will have live action with the beginning of the Barbados batting innings.
Welcome back to Arnesville Playing Field, where we're here in the finals between Jamaica and Barbados. Jamaica had their time at the crease. They compiled 269, and it's Barbados' time to make that reply. With me is Alanson. Alanson, welcome back.
Yes, thank you, Kenroy, and good day again to our viewers.
All right. At the crease, we have Brown and Brathwaite for Barbados, and with the ball in his hand is Edwards, the left-arm seamer out of Jamaica. He would be bowling a first over of these proceedings here just before lunch, just about 15 minutes or so before lunch. These batters would have a test of what Brown Edwards have to offer as he runs away from us. Starts with what? Down the leg side. Keeper takes. Not much bounce on that delivery.
Yes, Edwards, his arm action is quite low. Doesn't go up to the perpendicular. So he gets the ball to hoop in nicely with the in-swing. But he also gets it to skid off the pitch because he's not one who bangs the ball into the wicket, as we saw in that last delivery to Brathwaite that went down the leg side.
Yes, he's the sort of bowler that hits the side of the ball as he runs away from us. That's one is swinging in. Beautiful delivery there by Bong. You could see that one arcing into the stumps, but well negotiated there by Brathwaite. A really lovely delivery by Brown. I think that's one his top delivery, the Yorker.
Yes, he gets the ball to really swing in prodigiously, as I mentioned before, because of his low arm action. It's already tilted to go in. And that one we saw Yorker length, in swinging Yorker, a la Wazim Akram.
Yeah, I really saw that did a number in the air before it touched down. So good start here by Edwards. This one is a lifting delivery on the leg stump. He just nudges it off his hips, gets one. He's calling for a second. Good positive running by these two. So 2 runs, Barbados off, and Brathwaite off the mark as well. It's reminding you that they have to get 270. This is the finals of the West Indies under-19 Rising Stars 3-day tournament between Jamaica and Barbados. Jamaica at their crease scored 269, aided by a beautiful century by Johnson. Brilliantly played. Edwards. This one is a full delivery again, swinging in. Looking to rattle those stumps, Edwards, pretty early. Good delivery. Well negotiated there by Brathwaite.
Yes, he's getting that ball to come in nicely. The wind will also aid him here at the Arnesville Playing Field. The wind would be blowing from off to leg for the right-handed batsman as he's coming in there. And that one was another Yorker length delivery, just fractionally outside the off stump. And Brathwaite jammed down on it. But he has to be careful here. The gap is left there for the drive, but the drive is fraught with danger, given that inward movement.
This one is driven beautifully. Over pitch. Dealt with accordingly. Driven 2 covers. He's gone for 1. There'll be no more than 2. 2 runs to Brathwaite. Lovely looking cover drive.
Yeah, that one was a bit too full from Edwards. He has to pull his length back just a little bit. He's getting the ball to come back in. But at that length, and also with that line, it will be a easy shot for the opening batsman to get away. I know he's looking to tempt them into that drive, but he has to pull the length back just a little bit.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Just the length needs to be adjusted, but that ball is tailing back viciously. Again, that is a beautiful shot by Brathwaite, over pitch by Edwards. Lovely cover drive, just timing it really, not trying to hit it too hard. Another 2 runs to Brathwaite, so excellent start there for Barbados. I think Edwards probably saying I missed my length 1 or 2 times, but a good start there for Barbados and a good start for Brathwaite.
Yes, Brathwaite, we have seen him in partnership with Brown before. Brown, the more sedate of the two, but Brathwaite, a pugnacious little batsman, always looking to get runs, and he's was not in 2 minds at all with those 2 opportunities to drive through the offside. Waited on the ball to see if there was any swing. Didn't go for the full body drive, but played 2 very nice looking shots to get a couple on both occasions there in that over.
So after over number 1 bowled by Edwards, It's Brown on 6 by Jamaica. Barbados in reply to Jamaica's 269. They are 6 without loss over number 2. James? So James would be taking up the attack from the southern end, the Beckway end, as we see Beckway in the background. Coconut cheese just a little bit, just a little flatter. So there's a slight wind across the playing field. The sun is out in all its glory. No threat of rain today. 2 slips, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, square leg, a fine leg. James has this new red cherry in his hand. Bowling for Jamaica. So on his outside the off stump, and Brown just shoulder arms into the keeper's glove. So a good start here by James just on the 4th stump.
Yes, good line by James, and based on his field set, he has a 6-3 field, 6-3 offside bias, so he will be looking to keep that just on the 4th or 5th stump line. Maybe the straightest you'd want to get is on off stump because of the bias, the offside bias for his field. He has 2 slips, a gully in place, a man at backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, very short mid-on, a square leg and a man long at long leg.
You have it. James running away. In outside the off stump again. Good left there. Good judgment by Brown. Allowing that to pass outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. No trouble.
Yes, so we have seen from Brown that he doesn't mind leaving the ball alone. So what James has to do is ensure that he's not too wide. Although he wants to be just outside the off stump or on or around off stump, he doesn't want to be too wide of off stump, because anything that is maybe a foot or so outside off stump, I think that Brown will be very happy, especially in this very short session, to let him go.
James with a bustling run. Oh, he's playing at that one. It's gone through bat and pad. Played pretty late as well. Indecision there by Brown, whether to play or whether to leave, really. And almost cost him.
Yes, James getting that one to come back in from outside the off stump. And that one defeating the forward prod there from Brown, going between bat and pad. James, he has a very nice run-up. Something very similar to Jerome Taylor in his run-up. He's very athletic as well. And he just runs through the crease. So not much of a gather or a huge jump too much so in his action. Just stops a little bit in the air as he's gathering.
This one is whipped off his pads, Brown. Now to fine leg. Just losing his length somewhat there, James. Just tickled to fine leg for a single. So he's off the mark, Brown. 1 more to the total.
Yes, based on how the pitch has played, I think one of the key bowlers for Jamaica on this surface, especially when the ball starts getting a bit older, will be Mead, who is a first change bowler. A different bowler than these two. These are most bowlers who will get the ball to tail a little bit, and they are kissing the surface, but Mead will hit the surface very hard. A strong bowler, and you will expect to see him get that reaction from the surface when he comes on to bowl.
Yeah, but it's James' time here. Oh, that's a lifting delivery. Brathwaite had some difficulty there. That one took off and into the rib cage here, and Brathwaite said, "Come off of me," hitting the glove and ballooning down to fine leg for another single. So another good delivery there by James, testing the wicket.
Yes, that one was a rising delivery. As I said before, especially with the new ball, his deliveries will skid off, and that one rushed on to Brathwaite there. He got it down to fine leg. In the end, played safely, but a very testing delivery there.
Yes, some juice from James early in the innings. Brown and Brathwaite doing the battling here for Barbados. This one is straight at delivery, hustling down, and that is Brown. So a good over here by James, over number 2 completed, and Barbados in reply to Jamaica's 269. They are 8 without loss.
Yes, James is definitely getting the deliveries to skid on. You saw that even that last delivery, rushing the batsman. He doesn't lose a lot of pace off of the pitch because of his action. And just seems to just kiss the surface and slide through. And so that delivery that was a bit shorter early in the over, I think that's one of the reasons that it surprised Brathwaite so much, because usually when a ball is banged in, you're able to see it rear up off the pitch and so on. But that one just hits the pitch and comes through. And came through quite quickly.
His momentum from the start carries him through. So everything is working in tandem. It's Edwards. Oh, that's one. It's in the inner portion of the bat, squeezed down to fine leg. There's a special name we call those edges.
Is it a French cut?
The French would know about that.
Or is that educated edge?
Educated edge, an educated edge. I don't think the French play a lot of cricket.
But I've always wondered about that, Why did they call it an educated edge? Does it mean that there's somewhere along the line an uneducated one?
The one that goes to hand.
All right.
So Edwards, number 58 on his back, with that ball tailing in from outside the off stump, giving these batters some trouble early in this innings. Difficult customer to deal with once he gets it right. So Brathwaite will be taking strike. This is a lifting delivery. Brathwaite ducks and allow it to go to the wicket keeper, who doesn't collect cleanly. One bounce as the umpire signal, one over the shoulder.
Is that one dying after pitching? Went over the head of the batsman, but bounced well short of keeper Williams. So that really shows that in the middle of the pitch, really, so to speak, there isn't much there in the middle of the pitch. The bowlers who will threaten the batsman, you saw from Roberts this morning, for example, that height was able to get the ball to lift from really back of a length, as opposed to really that short length.
It was just on the legs. That man at mid-wicket does a feeling. So 2 slips, a gully, a square cover. There's a man deep, square leg, a fine leg, a mid-on. Understand that feel set because of the in-swinger being bowled here by Edwards. He has some protection at mid-wicket and the square leg as well. The fine leg is in. That's his stock delivery. He's in and he's pitching that straight and he's meeting that with the full face of the bat. Is Brown. Barbados would have to do some batting here in this innings to get to this total of 269.
Yes, that one was well played by Brown. He was looking at it very closely, waited until the last minute to play it, and he's playing very late, which is very good to see from him, considering that he is playing against a bowler who is getting some movement here at the Arnesville playing field.
So just a little discussion between the umpire and Edwards. Not too sure what went on there, but he signals dead ball. Just stopped in his run.
Perhaps something was said while he was coming in.
Probably one of the fielders saying something as he continues. This one is a good delivery, lifting outside the off stump. Played very well by Brown. Seems very well organized in his defense, Brown.
Yes, what we have seen from him so far in the previous rounds, that he is a very good defensive batsman. Doesn't really play as many shots as a lot of the other batsmen in the Barbados team, but he really holds the innings together. Saw him getting 40 odd in the last round. He played well over 100 deliveries for those 40 runs.
Edwards. Oh, that's a good delivery. Well played by Brong as well. Just taking the bottom hand off the bat and just easing it to the man at backward point there. As the over comes to an end, another Edwards over. And Barbados in reply are 9 without loss.
It's not a bad start here from the Barbados team. They will be very pleased not having lost a wicket thus far. 1 over left before lunch. And it seems that Redwood would get that over. So they're experimenting here with the leg spinner just before lunch. But this will be the last over before lunch based on the time that we have. And I think that the aim from the Barbados team will be just be to ensure that they don't lose any more wickets. I think that's the plan in this short session.
Well, the Jamaicans are looking for one with the introduction of Redwood. Looking for all his scalp, either Brong or Brathwaite. But they would look to deny them of that wicket. Close to lunch, the helmets are out. So there will be some pressure exerted here by the skipper on these batters. So in excellent condition here for cricket. The sun is out in all his glory. Little breeze blowing across the playing field. Redwood has his first over in this innings. Barbados looking to get to 270. They are 9 without loss, and the ebb of going into lunch, Brathwaite and Brong. There's 2 slips, silly point, square cover, short extra cover mid-off, mid-on, shortish fine leg or square leg in the area, and there's a deep mid-wicket. Redwood. This one is pitching and hitting the outer portion of the bat. The oohs and the ahs goes up. A good delivery there by Redwood to start proceedings.
Yes, that one had some bounce, some turn, pitching just around mid and leg and turning across. The batsman Brathwaite there seemed to have taken him on the arm or on the glove. So some bounce, and that's a very good start from Redwood.
Yes, calling those slippers into action. Getting some bounce and turn there very early. Redwood flighted delivery, bad delivery, punished, pulled to mid-wicket. He's called for 1. Looking for a second. No, he doesn't. 1 run.
Yeah, you'll be disappointed with that one. He got it straight to the man at deep mid-wicket. Full toss there from Redwood. And better placement would have seen him maybe on a boundary on that delivery. So bringing Brown now into strike.
So Redwood tosses the ball from hand to hand. Looking for his first wicket. This one is, hitting the outer portion of the bat. The right arm of the umpire comes out. No ball being signaled.
But he's definitely getting a lot of turn here, Kenroy. You could see that he's threatening the outside edge on several occasions. Just need to keep his front foot behind the line.
Yes, committing that cardinal sin of overstepping that front crease. It's Redwood again, looking very dangerous here. This one is, there's a loud appeal. Beating the batter. The Jamaicans are confident, but the umpire says not out. And Brong is still there, steady as can be. But that was an excellent delivery by Redwood.
Yes, a vociferous appeal by the Jamaican team. Almost a celebratory appeal. They were celebrating while appealing. But the umpire not having any of it, adjudicating that the batsman was not out.
Again, flighty delivery outside the off stump. Just left alone by Brong. Keeper not taking it cleanly. First slip doing the work. 10 without loss.
Yes, Redwood has been getting a lot of turn throughout this competition. Hasn't really had a back full of wickets. But I think things are looking promising here from him. And if he can continue like this, especially bowling with this amount of turn with the new ball, then, could look out for him for the rest of the innings.
Oh my God, that one hitting the bat and falling short of the man who'd been reinforced there. That was Edwards. Just in front of him. Was just brought into the slip area.
And that one pitched outside leg stump, and maybe the batsman, because of the amount of turn that he's getting, can think to just kick that away. Because once it's pitching outside leg stump, you can't be dismissed LBW.
Well,
Because that one
Redwood
turned right across him.
causing all sort of trouble here for these batters. Brown trying to survive just before lunch, really testing over here. 3 slips, silly point. Redwood over the wicket. This one is on the legs, easily dealt with to the man at mid-on. The umpires look at their watches and touches the bails and said, this is lunchtime. So at lunchtime here, Barbados versus Jamaica. Barbados in reply to Jamaica's 269. They are 10 without loss. Brathwaite is on 9 and Brown is on 1.
Yes, so Brathwaite, 9 of 10 deliveries not out. Brown, 1 of 15 deliveries. Excellent over just bowled by Tamara Redwood. 1 over, no maidens, none for 2 from him. Deson James, just a solitary over as well, none for 2. No maidens from him. And Rian Edwards, 2 overs, none for 7. So that's the current situation here now at the Annisville playing field.
Well, we'll be back here at Annisville after the luncheon interval to bring you more coverage of the West Indies under 19 Rising Star 3-day tournament finals between Jamaica and Barbados. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Annisville Playing Field, where we are here witnessing this final game between Jamaica and Barbados. The final of the West Indies Under-19 Rising Stars 3-day tournament between Jamaica and Barbados, being played here at Annisville Playing Field in the lovely island called St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Proceedings that took place earlier today. Jamaica was bowled out for 269 and Barbados in reply are 11 without loss. The first delivery has been bowled after lunch. Edwards bowling to Brathwaite, and with me is Stacey and Adams. Good afternoon, Stacey, and welcome.
Good afternoon, Kenroy. Good afternoon to all the viewers. And Ryan Edwards, if you look at the stats, he's the best fast bowler in the tournament. He's the only fast bowler in the top 10. A top 10 that's dominated by spin bowlers in this tournament. He has 14 wickets to his name so far in this 3-day format.
Well, Edwards is looking for another scalp, that of Brathwaite or Brown, to make it 15. But it's left to be seen. There's 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover, short extra cover, mid-off, square leg, mid-on. That one is outside the off, some going the other way. His top delivery is coming back, but that one went away with some pace as well. So, bowling with some pace here, Edwards after lunch, probably had a healthy lunch. I wonder what was in those plates. But seems to be just treading back, taking his time, probably still settling.
That's the same thing you had on your plate, maybe?
Well,
perhaps.
some corn and...
Similar?
Some corn and callaloo, a little meat. This one is down the leg side. Keeper not taking it cleanly. Probably still being affected by that lunch. It was good. Barbados versus Jamaica here. After lunch, very important period of play. Start of Barbados innings and the start of their reply to that total of 269. 11 without loss. Brathwaite and Brown at the crease for Barbados. The sun is out in all its glory. Not too jealous of the cricketers there right at this time. Oh, that's a good delivery outside the off. So I'm just swerving away is Brathwaite and allowing it to pass.
Testing out the middle of the wicket on that occasion. Umpire signal 1 for the over. So Brathwaite, a handy bat at the top, not afraid to play his shots. He's had a lot of starts in the tournament, has a half century as well. So he along with Achilles Brown gives them good starts at the top.
Well, they would need more than good starts today. They would need to carry on to get to that total. That one is down the leg side again, not taken by the keeper. Just losing his radar there is Edwards. So Edwards just finding it a little bit difficult to get his radar right after lunch. A very difficult period to play cricket. Stacey Ann, whether on and off the field.
He's a sort of bowler that thrives off of rhythm. He needs to build up a rhythm, get the energy flowing, and then he seems to bowl at his best then. One was better from him in terms of line and length to complete the over. 11 without loss.
Yes, over number 1 have been completed here after lunch. And really, Barbados looking to get to the total of 269. 11 without loss. Brathwaite is on 9. Brown is on 1. Jamaica really batted well. Aided by 100 scored by Johnson. A really lovely innings by him. Played with maturity. Sensibly. Smart cricket he played. Excellent partnership between him and his skipper. 142 between them. Propelling Jamaica to that total of 269. Came back this morning and lost their way. Barbados getting 2 early wickets, those of the skipper and Johnson. Then dealing with the rest of the batters bowling out Jamaica for 269. But we are here at lunch, after lunch, where we have the leg spinner. We'll be continuing proceedings here pretty early in the innings, being introduced.
Yes, and when he came into the attack, we saw a lot of turn and bunks from him. Some there misses as well. So they have 3 fielders in the slip cordon and a man at silly point to Achilles Brown. Achilles Brown has 158 runs in this tournament so far. Runs out the top 10 in run scoring. Has a half century as well to his name.
So Redwood, first delivery after lunch, driven up to the man at cover. Created some problems for these batters just before lunch. Some bunks and turn, really ripped that delivery. He has 3 slips, silly point, square cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket. Very strong offside field. And the man shot mid-on. Umpire just having a few words. Not too sure what is happening here. Wicket keeper probably just feeling a little bit of pain. He's taking his glove off. Not too sure what is happening. But we have been interrupted for a bit. Not too sure of what is taking place.
He's
Wicket keeper.
certainly in some pain. It's not moving well also. Justin Beckford is jogging off. Maybe he is the next keeper in this Jamaica team. Let's see if he gets better. Some stretches might do it, hopefully. Physio runs out as well to give some assistance.
Well, it has been a long tournament, getting close to the end. Those muscles are pretty much sore. The youngsters, they have toiled during the one-day tournament and also the 3 days tournament. Takes a lot out of the body. Takes a toll on you at times. Have to be extremely fit, especially the conditions which are existing in the Caribbean. Hot, wet.
And it's mainly hot today, thankfully. Yesterday we were interrupted by rain. Today it looks like we'll get a full day's play. He seems to be okay. He's up on his feet once more.
Well, you're not missing any cricket. Just some treatment being given to Bedford. Make sure that he's okay. Oh, wicketkeeper Williams just having some water. The umpires having a conversation in the meantime. Just to update you, Jamaica got to 269 all out, and Barbados in reply are 11 without loss. Players are huddling a little circle, but Station, the sun is really out. It is blazing down, as we see here. Tannersville. But we had a very interesting tournament so far, 3 days tournament. I looked at the stats and so on, and really I must say hard luck to Guyana, who have played 2 excellent games back to back, played exceptionally well, but unfortunately couldn't make it to the finals because of how things were set up. But they played exceptionally well. The Windwards played a first good game and then fell away by the wayside. Yeah, so.
Yeah, just to remind the viewers, 3rd place is being played between Windward Islands and Guyana. Currently, Windward Islands are 223 for 5. Well, I should say the last updated score, 223 for 5. And Leeward Islands taking on Trinidad and Tobago for the 5th place playoff. Leeward Islands are 87 for 7. I don't think play was possible in the first day yesterday. So 87 for 7, the Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago.
And here at Tannersville playing field in the finals between Barbados and Jamaica. Jamaica compile 269 all out, and Barbados in reply are 11 without loss. Redwood has the ball in his hands. He be bowling to Brown, who's on strike. Just after lunch, had a slight break in play as things continue here. Redwood, flighted delivery. Bowled a solitary over before lunch, really bounce and turn and really cause these batters some problems. Haven't seen that so far since he has returned. This one is almost sneaked through the baton pad of Brown. Has to be careful with those sort of deliveries. So the fast bowler's giving way to Redwood very early in this innings. This one is bouncing and outside the off stump, played by Brown. The man at second slip does the fielding. So Jamaica looking to make all the inroads into the Barbadian batting with the introduction of Redwood. Looking for early wickets, early breakthrough, put the Barbadians under pressure. So a short delivery outside the off stump. But a short extra cover does the feeling. Station, I understand the move with the spinner, but I understand it just before lunch. But after lunch, I am thinking, why do you want to have the spinner bowling on your fast bowlers are there who haven't been given a full run, really? I understand that you want the wickets, but it's a new red hard ball. Your fast bowler should be using that.
Yes, I understand your point there. 11 without loss at the end of that over. I do get your point, and the young man that started, Deshaun James, I thought he started pretty well. Has a strong action as he runs in and approaches the crease. Seems to be a metronomical bowler. Looks to just bowl and hit it line and length consistently. So that sort of bowling could be threatening to the batters. He beat the outside edge, if I can recall, of Zion Brathwaite on two different occasions.
Yes.
So Redwood, yes, before lunch, he did trouble the batters a bit. But if you look at Redwood's bowling figures in the tournament, he has picked up 10 wickets. He is their most successful spin bowler. But if you look at the list also in the top 10, I'll continue after this delivery from Edwards. Yeah, he's the most expensive bowler in the top 10. His average is 30, and he has an economy close to 4. I mean, close to 4 isn't bad, but given the situation, the sort of tournament that we've had, close to 4 is like going at 6 runs per over.
Yeah, I really think that bowling the last over before the break was a good move by the skipper. But then coming back after lunch, I think he should have given his fast bowler the opportunity to make maximum use of this new ball. There's a quick single here taken by Brown and Brathwaite. Scamper home safely. So another run to Brathwaite that he goes up to 10 now. Score moves on to 12.
That's nicely bowled after nicely played, after 2 maiden overs, the first run after the lunch break. It's good to see there was intent to score on that occasion. Similar to what Jamaica did. If they can do something, if they can do if they can play similar to the way Barnes and Johnson did in that first innings for Jamaica, adding to the way they go about picking up runs, scoring a lot of boundaries, you can well see them scoring upwards of 200 here today, and that will be a good match setup for the third day tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. Trying to build a foundation here. This is a lovely driven to the man at square cover who does the fielding. So Brown, looking good, stroking it nicely, hitting the middle of the bat. But the thing with the bowling, with the spinner coming into the attack now, is that he's your most successful spinner. If he bowls 5-6 overs early in this innings, you take him out of your attack. How do you use him again during the tournament, during this innings?
Yeah, and we've seen him operate and he tends to give you those magic deliveries, but short lifting delivery, well handled by Achilles Brown. Yeah, but he tends to give you a loose delivery or two in his over. That over that he bowled just after lunch was great. There wasn't any loose deliveries in that, but it's something we've come to know with Redwood, and it tells by his average in the tournament so far that he tends to give you an innocuous delivery or two in his over.
And the things you have to look at as well, has he given you wickets up front? Have he bowled a new ball like he's bowling it today? You know, during the tournament, who are the persons who did that for you? You have to stick to these things. You know, unfortunately, it is not there. You have the fast bowlers just waiting. But I really think that they should have given the young man James the opportunity to bowl this new ball as he's supposed to. As there's another single been taken there by Brown, just nudging it off his legs and taking an easy single to continue turning over the score for Barbados.
Well, it was just 1 of 2 overs. This is the third over after lunch, so we just might well see a change in that end, bringing back a pacer. Maybe given how he went before lunch, they decided something is there, let's give him another go. And if nothing is happening, then they look to bring back in their pacer. That's my guess anyways.
You have to ask the question. This one is a full delivery, Brown. Squeezing it out, Brathwaite. Edwards. We're accustomed to see him bowling those deliveries. The overcome stun end. It's 13 without loss. As I was saying prior, you have to know whether your bowler could be effective in a situation. How effective can he be, really? And how well has he done in the situation and circumstances? Is it that your fast bowlers are not capable of breaking through? Is it the spinner who gives you the breakthrough? Who? And I think that Jamaica is probably missing a few things in the script very early in the picture.
Well, they're sticking with Redwood, and I guess they're probably looking to rotate their pacers from one end. We know how Alex Hines bowl when he eventually comes into the attack. He just bowls at one end basically, keeps it there and thereabout. Not a lot of runs are scored off of him. But Redwood is indeed a wicket-taking option, but it is if he can be consistent. And I think Jamaica will be hoping that he is more consistent today.
Well, they're looking for that first wicket from Redwood. He's into his third over. And we have completed 7 overs so far in this innings. This one is a loud appeal outside the house. I'm beating him into the keeper's glove. I've seen that during the day. Sealy, similar, left arm orthodox for Barbados.
Yeah, beautifully bowled there by Redwood. The question is, the captain may be thinking, can he deliver 5 more deliveries similar to that one?
But yeah, showing that confidence. This one is a short delivery turn into the mid-wicket area. It's called for 1, they call him for 2. Should have been 2 there, but they settled for 1. So another run to Brown. Things just rather quiet here at Annisville. Beginning of this Barbadian innings. They have batted pretty well as a team, Barbados. So it would be very important that Barbados gets early wickets to really pluck them back. This one is driven powerfully. The man at short extra cover did some good feeling. I'm not too sure where it struck him, whether in the chest or on the hands, but he stopped it.
He stopped it and he's up, ready to face the next delivery, ready to field the next delivery rather. Jordan Johnson there.
So Brathwaite looking the more attacking of the 2 batters. He's looking to score. 2 slips, a silly point, square cover, short extra cover point, mid on, deep square leg. Flighted delivery, driven to the man at short extra cover. Then again, this one is short. Come back, punches it and calls for single. So good run in between these two. Good positive run in between these two here. That brings over number 8 to an end. And Barbados in reply to Jamaica are 15 without loss. Something that would be interesting though, to see out of both teams, which team scored the most runs between Jamaica and Barbados during this tournament.
Well, Kenroy, you were not here earlier, but this morning I was telling Alanson I had to go home last night and go through go through the sheet of the scorecard yesterday, basically the over by ball, and I was thinking to myself as I looked down to the scorers, was there easier way to do that? To find out how many singles was scored yesterday in that partnership, and how many 4s and 2s a single taken there. So I did that yesterday just to see, because I was curious. It was a brilliant partnership between them, and we recognized that it was, usually it's a boundary-laced sort of partnership when it's so high, but that one was filled with a lot of singles. So I was curious and I had to find out. And I went home and I did that. So now you're sending me now tonight to go home once more and do a tally and just to see who has scored the most runs in the tournament overall.
I think our statisticians could help us with that.
Yeah, I think that one might be much easier actually.
Yes. He was batted pretty well as a team. Barbados and Jamaica. This one is played lovely off his pads, rolling his wrist. Textbook style, balanced, look really nice. It's Brown. 2 runs to him, 2 runs to Barbados. So they are getting things here going for Barbados, setting a nice platform so far. And these two have looked really good for Barbados. Solid.
Yes, both batters quite comfortable at the crease and confident in their shot selection. Their decision making as well has been clear. So those are good signs for opening batters or any batter, really. And we did mention that the wicket, the surface, is a good one to bat on.
Yes, it has flattened out nicely. The ball is coming on to the bat. We started with a little balloon bounce because of the moisture inside of it, sideways movement as well. But it has flattened out very nicely and is a good wicket for batting. The bowlers could get something out of it as well. That one, as I just spoke about it was into the deck, over the shoulders, into the keeper's glove, really. So, really interesting competition here. I know both teams wants to win, and I could see that coming from all the players, whether they're fielding or batting. Jamaica wants to do the double. Barbados wants to have this 3-day championship to walk back home with. Really. Well, not to walk, but to fly.
And if they do that, they'll be unbeaten as well in the tournament. They've won all 3 of their matches played so far.
This one is looking to get through that defense.
One swung a bit through the air, actually.
Yeah. You have seen that from him this morning. Some movement
through the air there from Ryan Edwards.
Yes, known for that. That ball coming back, swinging dangerously into the pads, has that is stock delivery. Edwards has bowled it consistently. Look to York you, really. Does it very well, Edwards. No wonder he has the most wicket for the fast. But this one is a short lifting delivery. As he walked down about 3/4 way and say, I'm still here. I'm bowling fast. And he says to Brown, I'm not going to be pitching all of those balls up to your crease. I am still here. This wicket has some life in it. But well played by Brown. Well negotiated. It's a good aggressive bowling here by Edwards, showing the intent. (18) without loss. 8 overs have been bowled. Barbados moving along smoothly. This one is on his pads, just whipping it off to the man at mid-wicket and brings that over to an end. So another Edwards over comes to an end, and Barbados, after 9 overs are 18 without loss. We have Brathwaite on 12 and Brong on 5.
Yeah, that was a well structured over there from Ryan Edwards. Use the short pitch deliveries well, and then pitches it up, hoping to get the batter, keep the batter on the back foot, and that one just almost going to the player at short mid wicket, just bouncing in front of him. So caught the batter off guard there. He was a bit on the back foot. 18 without loss after 9 overs. So Redwood will continue.
Redwood for Jamaica tosses the ball from hand to hand. Short extra cover, square cover, 2 slips. This one is flicked. He's out, caught. Is he? Brilliant. No, he dropped it. My God, opportunity lost there. Brathwaite looking to flick that ball through mid-wicket, hitting the outer portion of the bat. The man had shot, silly point, went to his left, full stretch. It ballooned, went for a second attempt, and actually it fell to the ground.
Yes, that's a dangerous ball there from Redwood. Leading edge from Zion Brathwaite, looking to play into the onside. This time he drives powerfully once more to Jordan Johnson, who does well.
Really thought that he had that in his grasp, but unfortunately he hit the ground and it fell out, and really opportunity going begging, but that would have been an excellent catch by the man at Silly Point.
Yes, that was a big effort from Justin Beckford there at Silly Point.
Again, shot outside the off stump, so Brathwaite looking a little bit more aggressive, saying, whatever I'm doing here, I'm not playing this nice boy cricket. The ball is there to hit, I'm going to hit it. Looking more aggressive in those 2 last deliveries, but was really deceived by Redwood a while ago. This one again flighted. Would love to see some air on those deliveries. A little bit more air. Flat through the air there is Redwood. Has 2 slips. As it continues, Jamaica versus Barbados finals. Somebody's looking to fly home with championship. Good flatter delivery. He encroaches on that front crease again, and the right arm of the umpire comes out and signals no ball. Second time for this inning so far. Redwood have overstepped. So after that chance been given there by Brathwaite, he has played a shutter ball. Has to be careful. Redwood again, flighted delivery. Push back to him.
As Redwood being used as well, might be something to do with memory. I mean, in the white ball tournament, I don't know how they fare in the red ball tournament against Spain, Barbados, but oftentimes as he whips this one into the onside, he'll pick up a single. Oftentimes with the introduction of spin, that's when they start to collapse, the Barbados team. So I don't know if that's what Jamaica's ploy is. They'll just use spin at one end and pace at the other to the Barbados batters, because they seem to love the ball coming onto their bat.
Well, those are things that you could do in respect of cricket. And after 9 overs, Barbados in reply to Jamaica 19 without loss. Brathwaite on 19, Brong, he's on 5. 10 overs have been completed, and really, as the over come to an end, my stint here comes to an end, and Allenson will take my seat and continue with Stacey in the finals of the West Indies Rising Star on the 19 3-days tournament.
So welcome Allenson as Edwards runs into bowl to Brathwaite.
Good afternoon, Stacey, and good afternoon to our viewers. Intriguing contest here. As Edwards is in now to bowl to Brown, tucks it behind square on the onside. Gets a comfortable single. The Jamaicans have yet to make that important breakthrough.
Yes, 10 overs all the way into the 11th, and we've been having discussions around the use of a spinner so early with that new ball, and if it's a tactic that might pay off for the Jamaican team, or is it a case where they're wasting that new ball instead of using two seamers?
I think you could argue both ways. We'll get back to that shortly. As this delivery is turned down just behind square by Brathwaite for a single. I think the Barbados openers have looked consistently comfortable against pace bowling. And I think that's the ploy of the Jamaicans to try to test them out with the leg spinner to see how they fare against him. And so far, he has caused a lot of trouble. He hasn't gotten the breakthrough. He has caused a lot of trouble. But there's also the other side of the coin where the argument might be that the pace bowlers will be most effective with the new ball, and that there's a good chance that the leg spinner could also cause some damage with the older ball when the time comes. So then why not leave him for that time in the innings? So that's the other side of the argument.
Well, they see it differently, as there's a change of angle now from Edward. As we've seen oftentimes, when he can't find the correct line and length, he opts to go around the wicket to the right-hander, angle it into his body, into the pads.
Yes, and also when he's not getting as much swing as well, he tends to go around and attempt to bowl those cutters to come in with the angle and then leave the right-hander off the pitch. There's a slip there, there is a gully, there's a man at point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There is also a man at deep square leg, deep backward square leg, and a man at fine leg.
Yes, he has 14 wickets in this tournament. I just remember from the first game that they played here against Guyana, he wasn't very effective with the new ball. But when he got the older ball and ran in, he was able to pick up 3 quick wickets for Jamaica in that match against Trinidad and Tobago, not Guyana. So I'm wondering here, I mean, we didn't have the benefit of having broadcasts at the other venues. So I'm wondering how many of those 14 wickets did he pick up with the new ball compared to the older ball in hand. He is a new ball bowler, he's the opening bowler, but he's quite effective with the older ball as well. Short delivery, bounce once before it got to the keeper.
Yeah, that's a good point that you're making, Stacey. And what I noticed is that in the limited overs fixtures, one of the games that he bowled over at Cyan Hill, he did bowl very well with the new ball, got the ball to move a lot and caused a lot of trouble and got some early wickets. That was against the Windies. So it's a case of where he can be using both roles. It's just a matter of supporting him with the correct fields and also him having a game plan and being able to execute it on a consistent basis.
Yeah, certainly I'm not saying that he shouldn't be used with the new ball. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is I've seen him operate, and he tends to pick up most of his deliveries with the older balls. I don't know if it's a case of when he has the red ball in hand, the new red cherry, he runs in hard and tries so many different things. And maybe when the ball is older, it's a simple plan, running, bowl wicket to wicket lines, and then that in doing that, it becomes more effective and a wicket taking ploy.
Perhaps, and the new red ball is also a bit harder to control. Yes. Because of that glossy finish, as opposed to even the new white ball. This one, Redwood is forward, left alone by Brathwaite, taken by keeper Williams. There's the run.
Yeah, well, I guess it's part of learning and development, knowing your craft as a bowler. And he's a young man. You get there in terms of knowing how to control that red ball, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of raw material there to work with. And this one, Redwood is a bit shorter. Punch back to the bowler by Brathwaite. There's no run. So there's a lot there to work with, and I think that he's a good prospect for the future, especially the fact that he moves the ball so prodigiously when there's swing on offer.
Yes, I agree with you. And as I mentioned earlier in a tournament, Swan is too short and swatted away, but there's a fielder there for a delivery like that. And to be in the top 10 in a tournament that's dominated by spin bowling, the only seamer, it definitely tells a lot about his ability to pick up wickets.
Yes, another very impressive seamer in the tournament has been Landefort from St. Martin, who's playing for the Leeward Islands. Has bowled well this tournament. I think that although the spinners have taken out the wickets because of the conditions, I think that some of the seamers, if they are honest with themselves, I think they haven't been consistent enough in those good areas. And that is why some of them have not been as effective. They have not been able to build the pressure for long enough periods. And because of that, knowing that there are spinners in the team, the captains have taken them off quite quickly as well. And brought on the spinners into the attackers. Redwood flights this one. Brathwaite plays it back to him along the pitch. There's no run. It's another flighty delivery. Looking to whip this one on the onside, but getting a leading edge back to the bowler along the ground was Brathwaite, and at the end of the over, the score is 25 without loss. So not a bad start here at all from the Barbados team. Redwood looking threatening. And there will be a change of bowling. Edwards has ended his spell and he'll be replaced by James, who will get another go after just bowling 2 overs before lunch. So he will get another go from the administrative centre end. And I'm looking forward to seeing Nashane Mead bowling on this pitch as well when he gets his opportunity. Interesting bowler is James, as we mentioned, very athletic, has a long run up, and he approaches the crease nicely, can get the odd ball to come through quite quickly, quite chest on as well, so gets natural movement into the right hander, and this end will help him with that, so you should be aiming for around the 4th, 5th stump bowling from this end. Here he comes now into Brown. This one is outside, pitching outside the off stump and coming in with that movement that we mentioned. Brown was able to get inside the line, well, outside the line actually, and just whip it down to fine leg for a single.
And that's what I noticed from his first over that he bowled. He was able to get some to come back in with the angle and troubled Brathwaite a bit, but then he gets some too straight, and then it's easy for the batters to just help themselves to a single or 2 on the onside. But just a bit more control needed from Deshaun James in terms of where he lands those deliveries, and he'll be a handful.
Agreed. Another lovely day here at Arnesville as James comes in now to Brathwaite. This one is Fuller, comes forward, covers up on off stump. That's exactly where he wants to be, just around the 4th stump, causing the batsman to play forward, but not full enough for him to drive. So if he keeps the next few deliveries in the over there, I think that his skipper and his coach will be quite pleased. It's James again into Brathwaite. This one is a bit fuller. Driving and he's caught! caught at extra cover by Beckford. In the end, it was a fairly lazy shot from Brathwaite. He wasn't to the pitch. He was looking to loft this one with the drive. Didn't get over it. Hit it at a catchable height to Beckford, who takes a spectacular catch at extra cover, and that's the end of Zion Brathwaite.
Yeah, it's a spectacular grab indeed. A superb catch from Justin Beckford. He dropped one earlier of the bowling of Redwood at silly point. This time he holds on quite well. That delivery just pitching. Got a bit of inward movement as it landed. It got back, came back into Brathwaite. And looking to loft it, as you mentioned. Then he tried to find the gap, was just all hands there, and hit it straight to Justin Beckford, who held on graciously.
Yes, and it was a fairly full delivery. You could argue that it was full enough for him to drive it, but he wasn't over the ball at all. His weight wasn't into the shot. It seems as if he was just looking to play it with power. And in the end, he got good contact, but he wasn't over it. And he offered that opportunity to Beckford, who accepted it gleefully. So the new batsman is the number 3, Dawn. And as you mentioned, James continues to get that inward movement. So it may just have, that movement may just have messed with the placement of Brathwaite on that occasion, as you may have been looking for the gap between extra cover and cover point, but getting it straight to the man at extra cover, who took a fantastic catch.
So Don, the new batter. Such a calm young man. Every time I look at him play, he just looks a player beyond his years, Don. Always want him to score a heap of runs, and sometimes he lets himself down, not doing that, but he's looked good in this tournament so far. Last year he scored 100. He had 196 runs in that tournament last year. This year he's bettered that. He's scored 206 runs so far.
And with possibly 2 innings to go.
No 100 yet though. I've scored some half centuries.
Well, I think what has happened as well is that his team has performed better in terms of the batting in this tournament. So several half centuries by the Barbados batsmen. And as a result, it means that he has to do less of the heavy lifting. But of course, he's still, in my mind at least, their premier batsman. As James comes in now, bowling to Don. This is a good delivery. That's a loud appeal. And he's gone. First delivery. That's a massive wicket. Look at the celebrations from the Jamaican. And it's almost as if Usain Bolt has just crossed the finish line, breaking the world record.
That is indeed a big wicket for the Jamaican team. And they celebrate. They're celebrating as just as that. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. The inward movement that he's been getting, Deshaun James. And that one was pitched and lined perfectly. Came back in and...
That one actually straightened when it pitched. So I'm sure Don was probably looking for it to continue coming back in, but it squared him up just a little bit. As we can see, it actually just straightened as it pitched.
Yeah.
And that was a very good delivery, exceptional ball. And in the mind of the umpire, judged LBW, and that's the end of Joshua Don, who has gone without scoring. And that's a golden duck for him. His second one actually here at Arnesville. He got one against the Leeward Islands team. Landefort bowler rips not over delivery when he was caught behind.
And that just tells me when the bowlers see Joshua Don at the other end, they produce their best deliveries.
Yes, it takes something good to get rid of him. He's a fairly organized batsman. He'll be very disappointed, especially with the conditions here at Arnesville. Seemingly good for batting at this point in the game. But the Jamaicans are over the moon, so to speak, as the new batsman Bolden comes out to join Brown at the crease.
So Bolden, the new batter. That was a big wicket for the Jamaicans. Are they done celebrating? I feel like they're still dancing out there. The way they got into a huddle, all of them, they ran almost as if they were about to run around the park as if they won the trophy.
Well, they may feel that getting that wicket is a big hurdle towards that end result that they want. The Barbados team will still say that, we have lost 2 quick wickets. We are 26 for 2 in a bit of trouble here, but we still have a lot of batting in the shed that can extricate us from this current predicament. And they'll be looking to do so, starting with Bolden and Brown, who are at the crease now. There are 2 slips in place, a gully, a point, an extra cover, a mid-on, square leg, and the man on fine leg as James elects to come around the wicket. So he's starting around the wicket to Bolden, and he's on a hat-trick, James. So let's see this hat-trick delivery. Maybe another slip for the hat-trick delivery. Well, let's see. This one is outside the off stump and he's beaten. Looking to punch. And he was very close to getting a third and getting his hat-trick there. But a good delivery there again by James.
Yeah, late decision by Nima Bolden to play at that one. I thought he was going to leave it for a moment. Decided to play an aggressive shot to it. And just missing the off stump. Also, just missing the edge of that, of Nima Bolden's bat. So Deshaun James bowling with some fire and passion, causing some problems to the Barbadians batters.
It's James, 2 wickets in this over for him. Brought back into the bowling. And I'm sure that when Kenroy Martin comes back on the mic, he'll be saying that James should have been bowling all the time. As he comes in now outside the off stump, it's shorter, it's cut. Not convincingly, but it will get 4 runs. Through the slip cordon, and that's 4 runs to Bolden, who gets his account open.
You mentioned having a third slip in place. Maybe if there was a man there, might have just landed short of him, but still would have prevented the boundary. But 4 runs nonetheless. And Kenroy Martin is a man that likes to know that he's right about something, and he's been calling for the Pacers to come back into the attack. Another Pacer to partner Ryan Edwards, but they're sticking with the combination of Redwood with the seamer at the other end, and seam bowler into the attack picks up 2 wickets. Kenroy Martin must be smiling all now.
Well, you'll hear from him shortly when he comes on. Something that we have seen from the Jamaicans, they bowl a long spill with the spin at one end, and then they will rotate the fast bowlers from the other end. Something that we have seen from them in this competition. And Redwood, the favoured spinner, the leg spinner, attacking option, he has done the bulk of the bowling in the spin department. There's also Hines, who is a left-arm spinner. As Redwood, he will continue now to Achilles Brown. Slip in place, silly point. This one is a full toss. And it's hit out to the man at mid-wicket. That's something about Redwood. He's not as consistent as some of the other leg spinners that we have seen in the competition.
Yes, and that's why the field is set the way it is. It's a debate we were having at one time in the first match. He produces those brilliant deliveries in between his spell, but ever so often, as we keep mentioning, the loose ones as well. So it's good that the captain has the protection for him on the leg side boundary, just for the error ball, which he delivered, but it was just 1 in the end.
Yeah, well, it's clear that they are aware of his strengths and weaknesses. And they have the field set accordingly, so kudos to them. He's now bowling to a 5-4 field, 5 on the leg side, or 4-5, you would say, 5 on the leg side, 4 on the off. This one, you could hear well, I don't know if you have any stump amplification out there, but we're hearing the jubilation and the excitement from the Jamaican fielders now that they have gotten a few wickets.
At the first 3 deliveries Bolden has faced, he's tried to play a shot off every one of them. 1 he connected for 4, 1 he missed narrowly.
This one is fuller. He's getting that off the inner half of the bat. He will look for 2. He's coming back for them now. And then the throw is wayward, but a very aggressive mindset Bolden is showing at the crease now.
Yes, definitely not afraid to play his shots. And he's showing that 3-4 balls he's faced, and he's attempted to play a shot of every one of them.
Well, he's probably thinking that as a left-hander, it's my duty now to probably put a bit more pressure on the leg spinner because he has been bowling basically unchallenged throughout most of his spell. But he has to be careful. This one is a bit fuller. He's driving, but straight to the man at extra cover where there's no run.
Yeah, and if he can do that successfully, it will unsettle the plans of the Jamaican team because they are looking to have Redwood operate at this end and rotate the seamers at the other end. They do have Alex Hines to turn to, but he's largely been a containing bowler more than a wicket-taking option for them in the 3-day format. And they've turned to Redwood when they want a wicket. And wickets, that's what they're hunting up in this innings.
So that one again was tossed up on the off stump and driven by Boland. Redwood may be looking for one just to pitch and come back between bat and pad, or to bounce and go to the man at short leg as he comes in now to Boland. This one is to the man at short leg. The appeal is there, but coming off the ground. It's the end of the over. At the end of the over, it's 33 for 2. Barbados under 19 in response to 269 made by the Jamaica under 19 team when the innings ended earlier today. See that there's a substitute is on the field, Michael Clark, number 77. Just checking around, glancing around the field to see who he may have come to replace. It might be Edwards. Don't think I see him on the field, number 58. Yes, I see him walking around the edge now. Yeah, he's off the field. So James now into ball to Brown. Brown covers up on the off stump. And Brown has shown good defensive technique in all of the innings that he has played. Not the most explosive of batsmen, at least not based on what he has shown us in this tournament. Maybe he's just playing the role that has been given to him by his team. And he has been doing that well. He'll be looking now to bat very deep into the innings, having lost his opening partner. And his number 3 teammate, number 3 in terms of the batting order, that is. That's Joshua Dawn. James into Brown. This one is a full toss, which is pushing to the man at mid-on. It's a close single. And a direct hit would have been interesting. That one was pushed rather firmly to mid-on, and he decided to run on the shot. That was a close one, Stacey.
Interesting indeed. And I'm looking at Achilles Brown running down my side. He's wearing sunglasses under his helmet. Batting, I'm seeing some red there under the purple.
Well, it's a bright day. And maybe he feels that there's too much of the glare from the pitch and the surroundings, so he's just wanting to diminish that a little bit, and so he has opted to wear the shades, as we say. 3 slips going to be in place now. The captain is going to put himself in that 3rd slip. So Barnes is at almost a 4th slip, really. You could have 2. You could say that he's at 4th slip, or that there are 2 gullies. So 2 slips, 2 gullies. This one is turned straight to the man at square leg. There's no run.
Yeah, I prefer to see that gap close, to be honest, Allenson.
I firmly agree with you, especially to James. If you had a bowler who was bowling a bit more slowly, then I could understand. But James is getting the ball to skid through reasonably well out there. And so it's likely that an edge may go finer than squarer.
Yeah. And we saw that actually. Poland playing a loose shot to James. Second ball he faced to him and it went through that gap. Actually, the gap is even wider now. It's interesting.
Maybe they're looking for one that lifts outside the off stump as he comes in again. This one is driving, is beaten outside the off stump by that away movement, that characteristic away movement from James, and he's causing some problems here.
Yes, and Boland is looking to drive. He's looking to play his shot and makes me wonder why they're still not closing that gap. The edge, direction that the edge is flying in, it's either going to one or two of those men in the slip, the keeper, or possibly if wider to the third slip. If he flashes hard at it, he might go to point. But they're sticking with two gullies, I believe that is, and leaving that gap open, an inviting gap.
Yes, James into bowling. This one is a wide tempter. And if they're going to bowl over there, I think that might be one of the reasons why they have the gully in place,
Yes.
because you can drive that one through gully.
Yes, if he bowls that line,
Yeah.
then those two fielders can well come into play. But I'm much forward to see him continuing to bowl that line and length that he's found so well to Nima bowling. On two occasions beating his bat.
Yes, I think that opens more options up for dismissal, including the same one with the same feel that they have. But they'll also bring the cart behind and the bowl and so on into play, because that's a lot closer and tighter to the off stump. As he comes in again to Bolden, James. This one is a lovely delivery on the off stump. Played nicely to the man at mid wicket there by Bolden. That's the end of the over. At the end of the over, Barbados on the 19 are 34 for 2. And I believe that it's going to be drinks now, so we'll take a short break for the drinks.
back here at Annisville playing field where the battle continues between Jamaica and Barbados. Barbados have slumped to 34 for 2. The loss of 2 wickets in 2 deliveries from the pacer James, causing Barbados some trouble here early days. But a very good position to be in, Jamaica, having Barbados 34 for 2 as the leg spinner continues to operate from the southern end. He's bowling to Brown, who is there from the start, and he's there with bowling. With me is Alanson. Alanson, it's a hot evening. Things are heating up here between these two teams. Both teams want to become champions of the West Indies under 19. 3 days.
Well, I tell you, Kenroy, this one comes close to the boundary down here. I tell you, what happens over the next maybe hour or two will go a long way as to determining what happens in the rest of this game here today.
Yes, I do believe so. This session is critically important, whether or not Jamaica would continue to be in the ascending position, or Barbados would fight themselves back into this game. It is dependent on the next hour or so of play, really. If these batters steady up and bat, they could be able to bring back Barbados, or if there's a fall of another wicket or 2, then this is bad feeling there, the man at cover. Should not have been a run, but bad feeling caused a run. So Brown goes up by 1 and Barbados by 1 as well. So 35. That brings bowling into strike against the leg spinner. And really, if these two could bat out the rest of the evening, really going to tea, then it would send a clear message that Barbados wants this game as well. So another single, an offer. So the combination of a fast bowler and a spinner working for Jamaica. They just have to play patient cricket. Don't be too hurry. Bowl on the lines, bowl on the lengths, be patient. See what happens. Redwood flips from side to side, from hand to hand. A slip, a silly point. Flighted delivery. Brown looking even more comfortable against the spinners.
He has settled into his innings now. He has been out there for quite some time, as you said, from the beginning of the innings. So he should be aware of what is happening on the pitch and what each bowler is trying to accomplish and what are they getting from the wicket as well.
Comes into this wicket and turn it neatly to mid-wicket with more enthusiasm in his running. He could have gotten 2 runs there, Alanson, but he just jogged through for the single.
I think he was not aware initially how well he had timed it. I think he was always thinking to himself that the fielder will get there quite quickly, but he kept on going away from the fielder.
Full delivery, Bolden driving that through covers. He's gone for 1. The big man is after it. Comes back for 2. Bolden look as if he's in a really aggressive mood. He's not petting or powdering. He's playing very aggressive. 2 more runs to him.
Yeah, that's how he bats. That's the nature of his play. Although even in this innings, it seems as if he's a bit more aggressive even than he usually is. But he knows that his side are basically up against it at this point in the game. And he knows that, time would not be sufficient to get them out of the position, but also they need runs because of the fact that Jamaica has already made 269. So he doesn't think that batting for another hour or 2 and being maybe 60 or 70 or 80 for 2 will necessarily get them out of the position. He's thinking to himself that we have to put back some pressure on them. And the best way to do so is by scoring as many and as quickly as you can.
Well, the fast bowler with the number 19 on his back continues. 41 for 2. Barbados in reply to Jamaica's 269. James picked up 2 wickets thus far. It's bowling to Brown, who's been there from the start. 2 slips, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off. Mid-wicket, fine leg, mid-on. This one is a straighter delivery, driven nicely through mid-wicket, well-timed. He's gone for 1, comes back for a second. Brown seems to be very strong off his legs, really. And he plays that shot with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, that one was a bit too straight. A fuller delivery. Maybe looking for a Yorker length delivery on that occasion, but half volley on Midland leg and very easily tucked away. He may even be a little disappointed that he didn't get it for 4 because it was there for the taking.
Yes, James have to be very careful with his line and length, not getting too straight. Has to hit that 4th stump, just outside the off stump. As he runs away from us. He's beautifully played through the covers. Is Brown. That one is running close to the fence. Pulls up just in front of the boundary. 2 more attractive runs here scored by Brown.
Yes, that was a lovely shot. And that one was actually not a half volley. He played it slightly on the up and also accounted for some away movement. So he didn't play it with the straight bat, but almost with a flat bat, and got it just forward of point for 2 attractive runs.
Yes, Brown really looking good. Getting into his innings, getting into the flow of things. The wicket have settled down nicely. A placid batting wicket this is. Once you apply your trade accordingly, you would be able to make runs, be patient, wait for the bad deliveries. You would be able to get runs on this wicket. And if you bowl within the right areas, you would be able to get results. This one is on the legs and he turns it nicely. Would the fielder cut it off? Yes, he's running around. Does a very good job of doing so. Nice arm as well. 2 more runs to Brown. So some fine cricket here by Brown and some loose bowling by James.
Yes, that's Mead on the long leg boundary. Was around quickly and kept them down to 2 runs. But that was a full toss on leg stump and duly paid through the onside. Just getting it a little bit straight, I think, would have gotten him a boundary. But it was able to be cut off in the end by the man in the fine leg position, Mead.
So it's a very hot day here at Annisville. It's hard, the breeze blowing across. The flags are not fluttering on the left side. This one is on the legs again, just wrapping him somewhere on the left leg. Wicketkeeper comes around, picks up. Just some white clouds above us. We could see the blue skies. So the sun is out in all its glory. These players are decked in their whites. The Jamaicans in their yellow caps. Green writing on top of their shirts, the name and number. As cricket advanced, things have changed. Identification of players critically important. James, good delivery, straight to 1. Brown up to task. Plays it with a straight bat.
Yes, Brown has looked quite solid at the wicket. 47 for 2. I think he knows that he has to bat very deep into this innings, given the position of his team and the context of this game here, the final. And he has so far held his hand up and said that, I'm willing to put in the hard yards.
Well, in the Jamaican innings, we know that Johnson would have to come good for Jamaica to post a decent total. He did so, scoring a brilliant 100. In this innings, this one is whipped off his legs again into the square leg area. He's gone for 1. He's back for 2, Brown. So that seems to be his scoring era. Really, once it goes on his pads, he scores it easily through the onside. So in this innings, that brings you over to an end. It's now 49 score. 49 for 2. And in this innings, who are you looking forward to bring it home here for Barbados? In the Jamaican innings, it was Johnson. One of these batters brung or bowled in. Who would really have to play a big role to get Barbados to 268?
Well, prior to the fall of the last wicket, you'd have said Joshua Dawn.
Yes,
but he's now back in the hut. I think that Brown has the mindset to bat long. I think that the other players, most of them are a bit more aggressive. And so they will have to score around him and let him hold the innings up, hold and end up, and be the catalyst of the innings. I think the others will need to ensure that they'll force some partnerships. So far, bowling has looked very aggressive in terms of playing out of shots, but there are several gaps on the field, and so he should also think about trying to walk the ball around, as we saw from Barnes and Johnson yesterday.
This one is ill-directed on the leg stump, taken by the wicket keeper. 49 for 2, Barbados. Looking for that total of 269. Jamaica posted. So you're speaking of a team effort really from Barbados to get to this total, knowing that they have lost their chief batter, Joshua Dawn. This one is driven out to the man, he dropped it. A chance going up begging there, driven by bowling up to mid-on, and he has dropped basically a simple catch really. Just didn't know what was happening there, Alanson. Driven by bowling up to the man at mid-off, and he spilt it.
Yes, it was a simple catch in the end, and he hasn't bowled yet in the innings. I wonder if he's saying, well, Captain, now I've put down the catch, I need to get a ball.
Well, he should have made his job easier by taking that catch. But unfortunately, it has gone a begging. Jamaica would have been in an excellent position, but Barbados.
Yes, in all seriousness, he really should have taken that.
Yeah, that's
straight to him.
That's what you call schoolboy cricket. In this position, you really have to take all these opportunities, and that was a simple catch to me that mid off. Should be kicking himself.
So Redwood continues to create opportunities, but they're not being held. 2 catches being dropped off him already in this innings.
Yes, a very difficult one at Silly Point, and that one a simpler one, a sitter basically. He made a meal out of it. Redwood continues to plug away at that end. And he has overstepped again. And overstepped that front crease, infringing. So an extra run to Barbados. Barbados goes past 50. They are now 50 for 2. Should have been 50 for 3. Unfortunately for the Jamaicans, that catch went down. But Barbados, fortunately, he's still batting bowling.
Yes, and Redwood has to be very careful. That's his third no ball in his spell. He has to be careful. He doesn't want to end up having taken a wicket after toiling so hard and it being a no ball. So it's very dangerous to be bowling no balls at the best of times, or even you could call it the worst of times. So he needs to keep his foot behind the line, especially as a spinner. Should be easier for him to do so.
So another Redwood over comes to an end. Barbados, after 17 overs, they are 51 for 2. 51 for 2. A chance going a begging there from bowling. Should have been taken, but he lives to fight another day. As we said earlier, this session would be very important as to how things play out. And here comes Mead.
Yeah, I was about to say 51 for 3, 51 for 2 of 17. My maths tells me that they're going at exactly 3 runs and over. And now, having dropped that catch, the skipper has remembered that Mead is on the field. And he's going to get a ball.
Well, Mead is probably said to himself, well, skipper, I want a 5 or so I need to bowl after most of the batters. So I'll spill this catch and come and take the rest. Made his work pretty harder, much harder. He has the 20 on his back. He's a very disciplined bowler, Mead. Bowls tight, a heavy ball. He needs to do that here. And I think at this time is a very good time to bring him into the bowling attack, where Jamaica needs somebody to bowl tight and look for wickets as well. He's that sort of bowler. Create the pressure and then take a wicket.
Yes, doesn't bowl a lot of bad deliveries. And every now and again he gets one to go through at a reasonable pace. A bowler who seems to depend a lot on his shoulder and arm strength as he comes in now to bowl then.
First delivery to Bolden. It's just pushed up to the man at mid-off. There's 2 gullies, 2 slips. Point really. The covers is empty. There's a mid-off, a square leg, a fine leg, mid-wicket and a mid-on. So the cover area is pretty much empty. As Mead bowls his second delivery, this one is jammed into the pads there. He's bowling from around the wicket. Bolden finding it difficult to get bat onto that one. The full face of the bat, just edging it into his pads. Space between bat and pad. Mead is looking to go through that area.
Someone almost falling down here in the commentary box.
Mead continues to battle here for Jamaica. This one is on the legs, turn to the man at mid-wicket. Good feeling by him. It's a quiet time here. Mead. As they do some cleaning with that ball for Mead, keeping it nice and shine on one side.
This one is a full delivery.
Oh. Jamaica making some uncalled for mistakes, really. Balls have been going through the legs, been misfeeling, dropping catches so far. They have to be careful that these things don't come back to haunt them, really, at the end of this game.
Yeah, you would say that one was an unforced error. Full toss, driven straight to where the ball at mid-off. Didn't feel it cleanly. Maybe he's still thinking about that decision that he got in the first innings.
Probably. Well, don't let it affect you, Mr. Byrne. You have a job to do on the field as Mead. In his first over, in this first innings, 3 days encounter here. We're in day number 2. So a full delivery, Yorker length. Squeeze out by Brown to the man at square cover.
Mead is looking like he's now warming up into his spell. That last delivery, a lot quicker than what we have seen from him in the over so far. Bending his back there, and as I said, he strong shoulders, strong arms, and he's able, with a little extra effort, to get some reasonable pace from his deliveries.
Yes, he's that sneaky kind of bowler. Slip one through, hits the line and length regularly, just like that. Keep things nice and tight. Keep the pressure on the batsman. He's that sort of bowler to be bowling around this time. So that's a good choice from the skipper to have him in. At 52 for 2 Barbados, looking for a total of 269. Brown is not out on 4. Sorry. Brown is on 11. Just checking the scores to see, make sure that the scores. Brown is on 22 and Bowling is on 11. Barbados 52 for 2.
Yes, that's Mead's first over, going for just a single. So he'll be pleased with that. I guess he might still be wanting to make amends for that catch that he dropped. So he knows that he owes his team at least 1 wicket to make himself at least on par and then begin taking wickets from there for the innings. So he'll be mindful of that. Yeah, he'll be mindful of that for sure.
Needs to make amends for that mistake. Redwood continues and bowling punches that one to cover. Picks up another single. Jamaica still have Hines to bowl. A few more options in their armory, Jamaica. But just playing things as it is now with Redwood. Two chance got begging off his bowling so far. This one is on the leg stump, swept. Again, another single. Mistake. Guess the fielding coach is not too happy with these guys at this time.
At this point, they're not in a bad position. 53 for 2 is what they have the Barbados team in that position, and they have made 269. But just a little bit of loss of concentration you have seen in the field from some of the fielders in the last few minutes or so. They need to hold their concentration during this period.
This one is a full delivery and he's sweeping it. He's gone for 1, 2 square leg. Comes back for 2. That's all he would get. So 2 more runs to bowl in.
Yeah, that was a full delivery, and Boland, as we saw from him in the previous round, he loves to sweep, and it's a shot that he will play continuously, and he will definitely use that option quite often, as he did on that occasion.
This one is a flatter, faster delivery from Redwood. Bringing bowling on his front foot, jabbing down on that one, finding a man at short extra cover who does the fielding, and return the ball to the bowler, Redwood. So there's a flighted delivery, and bowling is driving handsomely through covers. It's gone for 1, would not get any more. So he looks pretty good on the drive bowling. He's been striking the ball lovely through the covers. Gets to the pitch of delivery and does a fine job hitting it on the ground as well. So a very strong offside field being set here for Redwood. A slip, silly point, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid off, short fine leg, mid wicket and mid on. So when it's flighted outside here, Stumpy pushes, bounce and turn the first slip, catch it, but not out, says the umpire. The Jamaicans are asking the questions, but not out, says the umpire.
And if the umpire says not out, then it's not out. There's no review. So you get on with the game.
Well, that one pitched and bounced and turned, and the first slip, instead of the wicket keeper collecting, it went to the first slip. So it has to do a lot to get to first slip from a leg spinner.
Yeah, he has been getting that amount of turns, so it's quite possible that it went straight to first slip. We have seen that in this match already, where deliveries have landed on in the line of the stumps and turned all the way to slip. So we know that there is a lot of turn on offer out there for the spinners.
So over have been completed. 20 has been completed. 20 overs. 57 for 2. Brongan 23, bowling, batting on 15. This one is lovely. Whipped off his pad straight to the man at mid-on. The right hand comes out for the umpire. Said that Mead has overstepped the front crease. He has bowled a no ball. He would have to bowl over that delivery. Extra run to Barbados. 2 slips, 2 gullies, square cover, whole cover area is basically open. Umpire is making a signal, Not too sure what is happening here.
Probably calling for the physio. Sees that the batsman Brown is in a bit of distress. And yes, the physio is coming on now. Seems to be in a bit of distress after that last delivery. So we have to show exactly what is happening here, Kenroy, in terms of what actually is the condition or this ailment that he's complaining of.
Well, in the meantime, the players are having some refreshments, and we would have some here as well, and we would come back to you to continue describing the actions here between Jamaica and Barbados in these finals of this 3-day tournament.
So welcome back. All seems to be well with Achilles Brown after that short delay. Mead right away, causing some issues to Nima Bolen. He's back into the attack. Well, continuing that is. The first delivery had a delay, slight interruption as Achilles Brown was being attended to by the physiotherapist. So that was the second delivery from Nashane Mead. Kenroy, looking cool over there on my left-hand side.
As per usual.
So, nice areas from Mead since his introduction. So when the sun is inside, Kenroy, I think I see Achilles Brown. He has on something under his helmet, blocking the vision of the sun. It's not that hot in here, is it? Is it that hot in here, Kenroy?
The sun, it reflects from the outfield into the glass window, so I'm protecting the eyes somewhat. You know,
I don't
gives you a lovely view as well.
This one is pitched up and driven. Finds the gap. Should pick up 2 runs. Yes, does so quite easily. Had to scamper there in the end. Achilles brung, but the throw didn't come into his end. So certainly he's wearing something on his helmet, batting with some sunglasses. I believe I've seen players like Chris Gale, another opening batter, bat with sunglasses as well.
Yeah, it lessens the effect of the sun on the eyes, and it really helps you at times. You know, so.
Have you ever done that in your career, Kenroy?
Never batted with it. I feel it with the sunglasses.
There's nice areas from me. Just need to consistently keep it there to bowl in. Seems to be the type of batter that loves to keep scoring. We've seen him play a number of shots in his innings so far. Was dropped from Mead as well after bowling of Redwood. So Mead will certainly like to get this wicket.
Well, he would like to make amends after dropping bowling, a simple catch at mid off the bowling of Redwood. 2 chances go begging off his bowling. Mead continues. He's pulling that one.
Yeah, nice connection there from bowling. 2 short and pulled away with confidence to the onside boundary.
Well, there's a saying, catches win matches. And sometimes when you drop those catches, they come back to haunt you. The man who has dropped the catch has been punished after bowling a short delivery by the man who's been dropped.
Yeah, and that's what I've been saying. You need to be consistent to bowling because anything loose is going to put you away. He's the type of batter that loves to score. Reinforcements now on the onside. A fielder come out of that slip cordon and goes to the onside. Short mid-wicket.
Stacey, and he has rushed up to 21 so far.
Yeah, he's the sort of batter once he's in the wicket, similar to Jordan Johnson. You know, they're going to score runs once they're there. They're not going to stay there. They're not going to be stuck. The scoreboard will definitely keep taking over once a player like Bolden is at the wicket. So one is driven nicely. Found the gap to precision. This will challenge the boundary and it gets there just in the end. So back-to-back boundaries now for Nima Bolden. He's on the charge.
Well, full delivery outside the off stump. He crashed into it through covers, into the fence for 4. Short one, he pulled it through square leg, into the fence for 4. So 2 very attractive shots here by Bolden after being dropped really by the man who's bowling. And really positive going here by Barbados after losing 2 early wickets. They are now 68 for 2, and we're hearing the horns from those family members in the stands for Barbados. I haven't heard them earlier, but they're here now and they're sounding.
Yeah, they certainly love those boundaries, Kenroy. Who wouldn't? To sweetly time boundaries off the bat of Nima Bolden, showing his power and then his class on the other occasion. So the score was raised up to
68.
68. Sorry, 68 for 2. Yes. So a change of bowling. Alex Hines. Oh, that one kept low. A huge appeal. It's not out. A belated appeal from the bowler. The keeper and the slip fielder went up, but his appeal was belated. So Alex Hines is replacing Tamari Redwood. 2 chances off his bowling, as Alex Hines is more consistent with his line and length. So full delivery, and as I said that, he bowled a fuller delivery. But the batter not able to capitalize. So I'll just be quiet. I'll just keep quiet and not compliment any of the players. I was complimenting Don, talking about how well he's playing in the tournament. And
but just to say, Don has attracted some deliveries that really basically unplayable. Unfortunately, in the last 2 games, he got 2 jaffas. and unfortunately he got out. So can't blame himself. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, but he really got some good deliveries coming into these finals and the one before against the Leeward Islands.
Definitely, and it's because he's such a classy batsman. With his pedigree, the team, they all know about it. Then it showed in the way they celebrated when he was dismissed. And when you're a bowler facing up to dawn, you definitely have to bring out your best. And I think that is what happened on both occasions. He was dismissed without scoring.
Well, Barbados have to battle without him here this evening. Try and get to the evening. Bowling and Brown doing the job so far. Bowling been given a life. He has to make use of it. So Hines brings his first over to an end.
Yes, a maiden over to finish. 68 for 2. Team Barbados.
So 21 overs have been bowled in this Barbadian innings so far. They have scored 68 runs. And Bolden has rushed up to 25 and Brown is still batting there on 23. The more patient of the two. Bolden, the more aggressive type of batter. And you have seen that through his play so far. 2 lovely boundaries in the last over. And he's on strike again.
Yes, he's actually surpassed Achilles Brown, who opened the batting. He's now on 25. Achilles on 23. He's 25 up 30 deliveries. So that ball to face up to Mead. So they took that man out of the slip column and brought him on the onside, shot mid-wicket. I mean, the shot that was played, it was well over his head, the pole shot, and raced into the boundary for 4. So I'm not too sure if he plays another shot like that, the fielder there will have a chance of taking the catch. It's only if he miscues it, then he'll be in business. So might be better off if they are trying to protect the boundary, then just go ahead and protect the boundary. So it's something that you speak about, having a semi-attacking, defensive field. So right now it looks a bit, I'm not too sure what the plan is. 4 men on the onside. The plan might just well be to bowl straight. Yes, there you go, bowl straight. So I think that's what he needs to do and continue to do that. To Bolden, who we've noticed seems to be a batter that lacks patience sometimes. Forbearance is not his strength. And he is going to score because he loves to field bat and ball. So that's what we'll see from him. That's his game, and he's trusting his game, Nima Bolden. So me just needs to be consistently hitting those straight lines. Oh, that one kicked off the surface. That ball signaled by the umpire. I believe he'll call out the physio just so that Bolden can check his concussion check. It hit him. That one really kicked off the surface there.
Well,
from Mead.
That was a sort of a wicked delivery there. Pitch just on the off stump and rise viciously, striking Bolden in the helmet and causing the physiotherapist to come out to have a check on him. So 68 for 2 Barbados. Just crawling back into this game, they are doing that against Jamaica.
And they shouldn't feel too uncomfortable with the position. They should really take heart from the partnership between Johnson and Brian Barnes, albeit different batters in this setup. Dawn is gone. There's Brown, who's been there from inception, and Nima Bolden. He's looking to play some shots. Looks good so far. The concussion test is done. He's okay to continue.
Well, he should be okay after being tested. Players.
And if you're bowling short, that's the type of short pitch delivery you need to be bowling. One that he bowled, that he was able to pull to the mid-wicket boundary for 4, was not attacking the batter at all. On that occasion, a spot-on shot delivery. Well, that one really lifted off the surface. It wasn't banged into the middle of the wicket at all, but from that length, he got it to really rear up and hit Nima Bolden in the helmet. So he's okay to continue, thankfully. We'll have action for you soon. Nicely driven there by Bolden. So definitely playing well today, coming out of the middle of the bat. You certainly like that.
Yeah, that's a good place to be hitting your balls, in the middle of the bat bowling. Growing in confidence as he continue batting here for Barbados. And 25, he has gone past Brown, who has been there from the beginning. As you mentioned before, that Brown would have to bat, and the others bat around him.
So, a maiden over from Mead after being spanked for 2 for a back-to-back boundary in his previous over. So, a maiden to follow up, 68 for 2.
Well, 68 for 2, Barbados have pulled themselves back into this game. And we mentioned it before that this period of time, this period just before tea, would tell us exactly where we are at with this game between Barbados and Jamaica. It's critically important that these two bat through until then. If not, if you lose a wicket or two, then Jamaica may be in the position of ascendancy in this game. But at present, it is evenly poised, evenly balanced.
Yeah, both batters are settled. Looking to go big, I'm sure. Jamaica, what they have, the advantage that they have is that they have runs on the board. 201 more runs to play with. So they'll be hoping to pick up some wickets quickly. That one was a bit loose. No shot attempted there. Was slow, and attempted a slower ball, I believe, there from Alex Hines. We've grown accustomed to him really firing it in as a spinner. That one was a much slower from him. It's nicely bowled there from Hines. On the back foot on that occasion, Achilles Brown.
Sun having its effect.
Swan is sweeping into the body of Beckford, was it? Good stop in the end, I should say.
Well, he was in the way of that ball, so he stopped it.
So back-to-back maidens here. Alex Hines finished that over quite quickly. 68 for 2.
Well, good bowling here by these two bowlers for Jamaica, keeping things tight. These two are batting pretty well for Barbados. They are taking the singles, they are hitting the bat deliveries. Bolden has rushed up to 25, and Brown continues to be steady So good comeback here for Barbados in the middle of this game, and it's very important that they put on a good partnership to really set the platform for the others to come, or somebody between both of them has to carry their bat, just like how Johnson batted in the Jamaican innings and really carried his bat through the innings and played wonderfully. So somebody would have to do that for Barbados.
Oh, oof, this one just falling short of the diving man at mid-wicket. Full delivery, looking to score bowling, and it's something that I was thinking to myself, this over will tell a lot. Just short of Redwood there. It's been 3 overs, 3 maiden overs. I counted Alex Hines bowled one, Mead came back, he bowled a maiden, and then Alex Hines bowled another. So 3 maiden overs. And bowling likes to get at the bowling. And it's imperative that Mead is spot on with his line and length here, just to test the patience of bowling. There you go, looking to score is bowling. So too is it important that Nima bowling just maintain his composure as it nears that tea break. Not to give it away. He's settled in, he's batting nicely. Yes, the runs have dried up. But this is where you need to be concentrating the most if you're a batter. And if you're a bowler, just try to maintain your line and length that you've done so far. So there you go. Nice areas continuing here from Mead.
Well, this is a good period for Jamaica, good period for them. Putting the batters under pressure, keeping things tight. They need to do this. And as you said before, bowling a free-flowing batter would be feeling the pressure of not being able to score. So this is a good period for Jamaica to keep things tight. Maybe the pressure may get to bowling and they may play a rash shot. And they may be able to get wicket number 3.
Oh, this one is too short. And played away. He got the opportunity to put it away, and he did so quite well, picking up another boundary.
Well, it seemed as though the pressure was reversed to Mead, bowling a short delivery and bowling, pouncing on that and getting his a boundary through square leg. A really good shot by him. Seems to be somebody who plays a pull shot with some authority there bowling. So 4 runs to him, and he rushed up now to 29 runs.
Yeah.
29.
Yeah, and he got in position nicely, and the good thing about it is he's not trying to keep it down. He's trying to hit it over that fielder. It's vacant out there. There's no one sweeping on that onside boundary. So it's 3 runs for him once he gets it over the fielder's head. Nicely played. So
Yes.
it's easy for him now just to contain himself and play within himself, not try to look to score, because he got the boundary, he got runs in the over, what he's been searching for. So the pressure is now back onto Mead.
Yeah, just to maintain a good line and length, Mead would have to be very circumspect as to how he goes about it. Bowling very aggressive. It's a good delivery again by Mead, just on the off stump, hustling on to bowling and keeping things tight as he overcomes to an end. It's now 72 for 2 Barbados, climbing back into this game slowly but surely.
Yeah, pressure created and pressure eased just the same in that over. You know, you sensed something was going to happen. And bowling didn't have to do much as he got that loose delivery there from Mead and put it away quite well. So Alex Hines to continue. Safe to say, since his introduction, runs have dried up at that end.
Well, Hines is a measly bowler. He has bowled a lot of overs in this tournament for little or nothing, and he continues to do that for Jamaica. So this is a good move by them as well. But in the context of the game, they would like to have a wicket before tea or so.
Yes, and it's been something that we've highlighted throughout this series. with Alex Hines. He contains well. He's miserly, as you mentioned. So he will bowl and bowl and bowl, but sometimes it seems like the wicket-taking delivery is lacking. But he will hold up an end for you.
Well, Hines, similar to Brown, patient bowlers, bowl tight. Brown, he bats long, doesn't look to score a lot of runs. So, patience, which one battles the best, which one comes through this session would win the test, really. But Barbados creeping back into this game, 72 for 2. Hines continues to bowl. There's a loud appeal. The umpire shakes his head and said, not out. The Jamaicans are confident, but a good delivery there by Hines coming across the bat of Brown into the keeper's glove. Some good signs here for Hines, really. Good signs.
Yes, so I see that he's bowled 1 over on the screen, but I think this is his 3rd over actually. I've just been checking the scorer, and it's been 3 maidens from Alex Hines from that end. Quite impressive from the young man.
Something that he continues to do. He's been doing that for Jamaica, creating the pressure from one end while the other bowlers bowled and pick up wickets.
Yes, I wonder if it's a case of so much respect being paid to Alex Hines that the batters don't try to score off him. Do you think that's the case, Kenroy? Reputation of Alex Hines?
Yeah, measly bowler, bowl tight, keep things tight. And he creates the pressure while the others try and get the wickets. Similarly, Brown, the man who bats through the innings, very patient. He just stays at the crease, 1s and 2s, knock it around, and the others bat around him.
Yes, and as we near tea, as a change of bowling, Justin Beckford is going to have a bowl. Two fielders on the boundary, one at long off, and the other that mid-wicket fence. So Beckford to bowl in should be interesting, Kenroy. Just lets this one go to start.
Well, he's close to tea. Will he change his approach? I'm not too sure. Shoulder arms.
He's getting some movement there, Beckford.
Yeah, that one pitch on the leg, some kept low and torn across him into the keeper's glove. So some torn offer there to Beckford. Jamaica looking for their 3rd wicket.
Sweeping this time was ill-directed. The sweep shot was on, but he missed it. Didn't make connection on that occasion, bowling. Chops it through the cover area. So being kept quiet in this over. 4 deliveries, 4 dots so far from Beckford. I think it's a good sign to see Bolden leaving deliveries, Kenroy, the way he's been playing, his approach to the innings, but it's good to see that he recognizes that is close to tea and he's playing the match situation well so far.
Yes, good change. As the umpires goes to the stumps, touches the bails and says it's tea time here. At tea time, Barbados are 72 for 2 in reply to Jamaica's 269, and they would have a tea break, and we will also have a break here in the studios. And when they return, we'll continue coverage here in this game where Jamaica is taking on Barbados in the finals of the West Indies Rising Star 3 days tournament here at Arnesville playing field.
Yes, welcome back to Cricket West Indies Under 19 Men's Rising Stars Tournament. It's the finals of the 3-day format. We also have 2 other games being played, Windward Islands versus Guyana and Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago. But we are fully focused on the finals here. We're coming to you live from the resplendent multi-island nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and action awaits you post-tea at the picturesque Annisvale playing field. And some bad news for the Barbados fans. Achilles Brown was retired hurt. Joshua Morris, the new batter. Achilles Brown was batting well. Hopefully he'll be able to continue later on in his innings for the Barbados team. Hope the young man is okay. He started tremendously well along with Nima bowling just before lunch, losing 2 quick wickets. But they've managed to rebuild things for Barbados as Alex Hines is about to continue. 3 maidens for him so far. 3 overs. Kenroy Martin, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Stacey. Good afternoon to the viewers of this broadcast. Jamaica seems to have gotten something in their tea, so they are pretty happy. Hines continues.
Oh,
Morris has just joined bowling for Barbados. Barbados have pulled themselves back into this game. 72 for 2. Brown was batting exceptionally well. Unfortunately, he has to retire hurt.
oh. That one is a
Morris-
leading edge that flew over Jordan Johnson's head. Also passing Adrian Ware. Morris off the mark. Not convincingly, but off the mark nonetheless.
Well, that one dropped in no man's land. Morris finding it a bit difficult against Hines, looking to turn that one through the onside, hitting the outer portion of the bat, the outer edge, and falling in the covers area where nobody is. And really a fortunate situation for him.
Yes,
He gets
and
off the mark.
finally, a run scored off of Alex Hines. His 20th delivery, bringing a run. The other games that are being played, Guyana taking on Windward Islands. 3rd place playoff. Windward Islands were bowled out for 244. Guyana in reply are 12 without loss. This one is driven to the field at short cover. And the Leeward Islands men, they were dismissed for 118. Trinidad and Tobago, definitely in pursuit of quick runs, playing some TNT ball. In pursuit of quick runs, they've lost. This one is driven to the covers. They'll pick up 1. Don't think they'll get 2, although there's a fumble by Meade. Yeah, so Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of quick runs, they are 43 for 3 in the 9th over. They were 21 without loss up to 2. So we're talking about baseball and pack ball, but Trinidad and Tobago, they train their hat in the ring, showing that they too can play that type of aggressive cricket, but they've lost 3 quick wickets as well.
Well, there you have it. News from the other side. That one is played officially past him on that short leg. So Morris is finding it a little bit difficult here to get a start for Barbados. But a good over by Hines again, keeping things tight and causing some issues.
It's an entertaining over, I must say. Close calls in that over from Joshua Morris. A 74 for 2, 28 overs bowled. 2 runs coming off that over as well. And just to remind the viewers, Achilles Brown, he has retired hurt on 23 of 77. And it is with hope that he'll be able to continue in this innings from a Barbados perspective and from a love of cricket, really, because he was batting really well. And we don't want to see anyone hurt. So hopefully the injury that he's carrying is not anything that can keep him out of the contest any further. So Rayon Edwards has the ball in hand. We had a conversation earlier, Kenroy, myself, and Osneth. And we were saying, looking at the first game they played here, Rayon Edwards, he was brilliant with the older ball in hand. He wasn't quite successful with the newer ball. And I was wondering how it has been for him throughout the rest of the tournament bowling. He is the leading wicket taker as a paceman in this tournament. 14 wickets to his name. Oh, this one is too full and ill-directed and well taken there by Trevon Williams. So it's be intriguing to see how he goes with the older delivery, 28 overs old. Couldn't find his radar with the newer peg in hand, the newer ball in hand.
Well, he has gotten more success with the older ball. So the skipper has brought him back in the middle of the innings here to break the back of the Barbadian batting, Edwards.
This one is full on the leg stump. Played nicely, timed well by Boland. He'll pick up 2 runs to add to his tally.
Just need to get that delivery on the off stump a little further back a length. He's trying to get it full up to the crease. Really, you'll be advised to hit that 4th stump or so and really cause Boland to play the ball through the offside.
It's a nice line. The captain is really asking him to attack the stumps, bowl it as straight as possible. The feel that he has set 1 man in the slip cordon. The players are around the bat on the offside and the onside as well.
Well, that's a better delivery there by Edwards, just hitting that 4th stump going into the keeper's glove. Jamaica has to be very careful as they go about things here. Barbados have pulled themselves back in this game nicely, bowling, batting positively. Can't give the batters too much runs. They have to be tight. They have Hines bowling from one end. Edwards have now been introduced. And really, if they allow themselves to bowl extra deliveries and bad deliveries, they could find themselves in some serious problem at the end of this day. Jamaica.
Yes, 4 no balls, I think, stand to be corrected in this inning so far. 3 of them of the bowling of Redwood. This one is pitched up, looking to drive, getting the inner portion of the bat, going to the onside. Straight to Redwood, that man I was just speaking about. 3 no balls from him in this inning so far. A spin bowler, a leg spinner. And what you don't want is to pick up a wicket and then you see the umpire has that outstretched arms. I've seen it happen already in the tournament. A white ball version of it. Nathan Edwards picking up a wicket and it was deemed to be a no ball. Nice lines there from Edwards to finish. A 76 for 2. 2 runs coming off that over.
Yeah, good over by Edwards coming back there. When he bowls a new ball, it tails back into the batters. When he bowls the old ball, it comes back in. It goes the other way, sorry. It goes the other way. So he has the ability to take the ball in and out, away from the batters. But he does it with the new ball, it comes back in. With the old ball, it ducks back.
Yes, and it's one of the things that we were wondering if it's a case of with a newer ball, it might be more difficult to control. He is a young man, still learning, as we've established on the 19 players. And he has a lot of potential, Ryan Edwards. Definitely a lot to work with there in terms of ability to move the ball. This one tossed up by Alex Hines, driven by Morris.
Morris finding it difficult to get a start here. Hines extremely tight, making things even more difficult for him.
Oh, an appeal, but wait to see the signal if you got bat onto that, or if it's pad. Yeah, so leg by signal by umpire Ryan Banwari. So Morris is at the other end, which I think is good for Barbados because Alex Hines has caused him some problems since he's got to the middle.
So bowling will be extremely important for Barbados, the way he go about this innings this evening. Continue batting the way that he is. And also, who would you pick to be the bowler for Jamaica to get these wickets? Those remaining 8 wickets for Barbados.
Well, I'm not in a position to select the bowlers. That's the captain's job out there. And it appears as if he's looking to rotate his spinners from one end and the pacers from the other. So we might see some change as well. Ryan Edwards replaced Mead. And Edwards is his chief wicket taker in this tournament, picking up 14 wickets. And I will mention it because it's very important. The only pacer in the top 10 amongst all the spinners there, 9 spinners in that top 10. Oh, oof, that was a brilliant effort there from Redwood. Caught me off guard. Dive into his left, getting a hand to it, but just couldn't hold on.
Well, an excellent effort there by Redwood. Dive into his left. The ball was hit just above the carpet, really. If he had taken that catch, that would have been a blinder, really. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on to it. So, Bolden getting a second opportunity here.
Yeah, I forget I was on air for a moment. It's as if I was watching it on TV. Well, that was indeed a superb effort from the young man. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Driven it uppish, off the bat of Bolden, and Redwood really trying to grasp that one. Would have been the catch of the tournament, I believe, if he had held on to that one.
Yes, a brilliant effort there by Redwood. But Bolden, a second chance, go begging. Barbados 77 for 2. And Bolden has 32 of those runs. He has just been joined by Morris. Morris replacing Brown, who has retired hurt. Had a good knock as well. But unfortunately cannot continue. So Edwards, who's now changed his approach, he is coming around the wicket to Morris.
Yes, and it must be said, albeit a brilliant effort there from Redwood, try to hold on to that one. It's the third drop catch in this inning so far. Beckford dropped one at short leg. Mead dropped one at mid-off rather, yes. And Redwood putting that one down as well. Difficult chance, but it goes down as a drop catch all the same.
Well, catches win matches. You have to hold on to those catches, especially when persons are batting well and they give you those opportunities. You have to. Edwards continue to plug away at that off stump. Morris just finding the middle of the bat on those two occasions there. Just a little bit shaky is Morris. But I think this is a good move by the skipper to bring back his leading fast bowler to bowl at this time.
Yes, indeed, I agree with you, Kenroy. This one is short. Did not connect with that at all. He's lucky to still be there, and it didn't travel straight to that fielder there, Beckford. A bit edgy to start Morris. Leading edge flew over Jordan Johnson's head.
He has struggled since he came to the crease, really, Morris. He has not timed the ball. He has not looked the parts thus far. Seems to be struggling in confidence, trying to get that middle of the bat.
Yes, and I like this angle as well. Edwards getting into the action.
Edwards would not want to be in action with Morris. He's compared to Morris, he's a little lad.
Well, that's why we're fighting with bat and ball here. So that's where we need to continue to fight bat and ball. So you just bowl at him, Edwards, and Morris will continue to play him. This one is short again. Not troubling Morris at all. He doesn't even need to duck under that one. And it's signal wide. So getting fired up, walked up is Edwards at this point in time. No need for that. I was just about to complement the length that he was bowling into the right-handed batter, the change of angle to him as well. But I guess every so often he's deciding he's going to bang it in the surface just to see how the batter is playing that short pitch deliveries, but too short on that occasion. Oh, edge flying past the diving hands of Jordan Johnson. He won't get to the boundary. Brian Barnes gave chase. He managed to pick up 2.
Yes, that ball in the right area, just outside the off stump, just on the foot stump, and Morris fished at it, hit the outer portion of the bat, going to the right of Johnson, and 2 runs, 2 streaky runs here for Morris. Really doesn't look as confident as he ought to, but 2 more runs to him, 2 runs to Barbados.
It's fair to say chances are being created in this innings. 3 drop catches, some near misses, half chances, just not able. Oh, that one aerially again, officially played there by Morris. So he's living life on the edge out here at the Annisville playing field as he overcomes to an end. 80 for 2.
Well, 80 for 2 Barbados. Good position, but Morris not looking as confident as he ought to. Jamaica keep plugging away. Hines from the southern end, and now Edwards, who have been reintroduced. Keeping the pressure on these batters is critically important. These next 2 hours will let you know exactly what is what in this game. Evenly balanced here, and Barbados looking to get to that 269. 80 for 2.
So Hines to continue. When Jamaica look back at this innings, if Barbados are to surpass them and get a healthy lead, this one is whipped into the onside. The field is out there on the boundary. Jordan Johnson. Just one, and he comes in with the ball as well. And you're going to have a tighter set field for Morris. Seems they want him on strike. So all of the fielders are coming into the circle to Morris. And so I was saying, if they look back on this innings, 3 drop catches, some chances not going to hand as well. Fielders not in the right position, Kenroy. It's something that they look back on and rue, really, if Barbados are able to get past them and get a lead. This one is a bit shorter. Nice use of the crease. Able to get 1 on the back foot. Playing is out to the onside. Walked away into the onside once more. And like deja vu, Johnson is running in again with the ball as Morris is now on strike. All of the fielders once more converge. An appeal. An appeal by the keeper, really. No one else is really appealing. The bowler walks back to his mark.
Well, Hines just turned around and walked back to his bowling. Mark wasn't interested in that at all. But the keeper went up with an appeal as skipper continues to exert pressure on Morris.
The poor confident shot played there by Morris to end the over. So 83 for 2.
So Jamaica, at their turn at the crease, they got 269. Barbados in reply, they are now 83 for 2. Brown, who was batting well, was to retire, hurt. So he's in the pavilion. He's been replaced by Morris. But the man who has scored the bulk of the runs so far, he's on 34. Bowling. He's been aggressive, patient. He had some chances, making use of them as Edwards continued to bowl here in his second spell. Bowling stoutly behind that, plays it to the man at cover. Jamaica searching for that third wicket. Edwards bowling with one slip. Backward point. Just on the edge of that square. A cover. Short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg, mid-wicket, and the fine leg. On the legs, whipped off nicely. Bowled in. It's going close to the fence. It hits the rope. Does it? Just hold up in front of the rope. Good feeling there by that youngster. So 3 runs to bowled in. 3 good looking runs off his legs. And he continues to do well here for Barbados as they continue to march on here. Looking for that total of 269.
Yes, very strong off his pads is Nima bowling. A good chase by the 2 fielders. Didn't give it up. Was able to pull it back just before it hit the rope. So just 3 runs there. And I think they would prefer Joshua Morris on strike. New to the crease. Still getting accustomed to conditions. And the bowlers, they found their line and length perfectly to him. Giving him a bit of a bother. Both bowlers actually. There was the edge of Ryan Edwards bowling in the last over. And one that was hit a bit uppishly. So that's why we're seeing Beckford. I believe he's running into the second slip where that edge would have gone before in the over to Edwards after bat of Morris. Nicely behind it that time. Morris just not getting walked up by the occasion. Edwards running in hard, searching for a wicket and showing his aggression as well. Morris just walking away and holding his ground firmly.
Well, good aggressive cricket here by Edwards, looking for that third wicket. Morris denying him of such. Bowling, getting better and better at the crease. Barbados really looking to take the ascendancy, and bowling is Morris is driving that 2 covers lovely. He's running close to the fence. He's gone for 2. They're looking for 3. Hesitation on that. They settle with 2. So 2 good looking runs here by Morris. The best shot he has played so far since he has entered the crease.
Yes, elegantly driven there by Morris. With on that occasion. Through the hands at it nicely. Picking the gap. Didn't get to the boundary for 4. But definitely some confidence coming through. Despite all of the noise around him. Ryan Edwards really trying to get into his head. It's become a psychological battle all of a sudden between these 2. And Morris holding form, not being bothered by it. And it's the sort of thing that we want to see. We're playing cricket. Bat and ball is what we want to see do the talking. Morris just pulls out of that. Not quite ready as Ryan Edwards running. And I don't think he'll be happy about that for sure. Not think. Certainly won't be happy by that.
There's a bit of chatter going on between Morris and Edwards. Seems to have it out for each other. Jamaicans backing up Edwards, Morris and his partner. Just having a chat in the middle. Umpires just looking a little curious, but a little bantering. That's good for the cricket. Keep the aggression inside of the cricket. Don't get out of hand. Jamaica on the field. They have scored 269. Barbados in reply are 88 for 2.
Yes, I agree with you. A little aggression is good, and the bowler, he's really trying to pump himself up, but certainly not the way to be doing it.
As was around the wicket, short lifting delivery. Telling Morris that I'm still here, I'm going to come at you. So some good aggressive cricket between these 2.
Yes, and it's very important that both of these players, batter versus bowler, bowler versus batter, that they keep their emotions in check. And Edwards is running in hard, he's getting walked up. He's showing aggression, as you mentioned, a bit of banter going on out there. But still, we need to stick to the cricket. This is what we're here to do. This is what these players are here to. Nicely behind that one is Morris. And again, some aggression being shown by Weatherborn on that occasion, having a shot at the stump, and Edwards probably just having a chat to Morris. But as I mentioned, just need to keep their emotions in check. There's still a game to play. There's still a game to be won. Yes, you desperately want a wicket, but you have to respect when the batter is bowling well at you. The batter is batting well, sorry. So too does the batter has to respect when a bowler is bowling well. And Morris, he was right behind that one, respecting that good delivery, not looking to play an aggressive shot as the Jamaican players expects him to. So 88 for 2 to end that over.
Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. You never know what could happen, when it could happen, where it could happen, and amongst whom. But it's also called the gentleman's game.
Well,
Stacey, you know why it was called a gentleman's game?
can you tell me about that? I'm a woman, so
The name speaks for itself.
the gentle part, not the men, as women play cricket as well. But I do understand the term and where it's from, and maybe it's something that they try to inculcate in the cricket culture, that it's a gentle sport, a sport played by everyone who should have respect for each other, and it's not a rowdy sport because it's not a contact sport by any means compared to other sports like football and rugby, American football. So I expect to see everyone playing, showing great respect to each other. This one has a huge appeal, and the finger is risen. Alex Hines finally breaks through, and he went off in appeal on that occasion. So it tells me that that pitch and hit spot on, straight. Nima Bolen stands there in disbelief, not too sure if he's disappointed by the decision or himself for going back. But the umpire has risen his finger, and he has to go.
Bolden trapped LBW from Hines, came back looking to whip it through mid-wicket, missed it completely, and the umpire index finger comes up, and Jamaica has taken their third wicket, that of the danger man, out LBW for 37. So Bolden goes back out LBW, and really a disappointing finish for him here, and the Barbados have lost their third wicket.
Yeah, Bolden he has to drag himself off the field, really. He's so disappointed at disconsolate looking. Bolden is walking off. He's really dragging himself off the field, Ken Roy. He had a good start. He wanted to stay there. Unfortunately, his stay at the crease has ended, and the skipper, Nathan Seeley, hopping, jumping to the middle, is the new batter.
Well, Seeley has to play a captain's innings here. Morris, who have just came to the crease, he started to look good, struggled at the start, but Barbados have just been pegged back somewhat after setting themselves up rather good. They were 88 for 2, they're now 88 for 3. Brown, who has retired hurt, still in the pavilion. They have lost their chief scorer, Bolden, to the bowling of Hines. So they now have to rebuild here to get to that total of 269 set by Jamaica.
Yes,
Jamaica really in the ascendancy.
And I must compliment the young man, Nima Bolden, although he was just dismissed. I mean, the way he started didn't look as if he was going to last long at all, Ken Roy, to be honest. But he curbed his aggression, he put away the loose deliveries, and really showed great match awareness. Played the situation well. Oh, this is a loose delivery, and Nathan Seeley helps himself to a boundary. No ball as well.
Yeah, full toss ball by Hines. Rare ball, that is. Rare bad delivery. And the first delivery, skipper helping himself to a 4. And no ball bowled by Hines. So 4 runs to him to open his account, and 4 runs to Barbados to help them in pursuit of this total of 269.
If you're a new batter coming into the middle, that's the sort of delivery that you want dished up to you. Oh, that one bounced into the glove of Trevon Williams. Got some bunks on that occasion. Probably delivered that one a bit quicker, Alex Hines.
Also, it bounced and also came in with the arm as well. So two things you have to look at there.
On that occasion, it kept low. So Seeley, being a left-arm spinner himself, should be able to negotiate another left-arm spinner from Jamaica, Alex Hines. He's played with soft hands on that occasion. So a successful over completed. 93 for 3.
Well, Barbados have lost. They're set batter, bowling. These two now have to rebuild here. Hines bowling well. And Edwards, who have just been brought back. Aggressive Edwards. He's bowled some good deliveries. Continue to maintain the pressure on these batters here for Barbados as they continue to battle here in this, the final game, finals of the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars 3-day third tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Excellent conditions here for cricket and really a ding-dong battle on here at Annisville.
This one didn't get up much. Nicely worked there by Morris to get out of the crosshairs of Ryan Edwards. He's been eyeing him up since his stride to the middle. There's been some aggression being shown in particular from Ryan Edwards towards Morris. And he's now off strike and the skipper has to negotiate the fire of Ryan Edwards.
Edwards running in hard, putting in the effort. I like the way as to how Barnes is really marshalling his troops. It's a slip, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off, Edwards. It's in the outer portion of the bat of Seeley, squeezed down to third man. He's down for 1. They're back for 2. So 2 more runs to Seeley. Scores goes up to now 95. 95 for 3 Barbados here at Annisville. Day number 2. We're in the last session of the day. Looking for that total of 269. They have lost 3 wickets. Brown is back in the pavilion as well. Not feeling as well as he ought to. He had to retire out. And Edwards continued to bowl here for Jamaica. Short delivery is being pulled. 1, 2, 3 bounces to the man at fine leg. He fields. Throws into the keeper. Another run to Barbados.
Yeah, Seeley going for the pull shot on that occasion. They just brought that field up. Was that deep square close to the umpire. A short square leg in position, and he went for the pull shot. Someone is at fine leg waiting on that. This one is full but errant in line.
Edwards just losing his line a little bit there. Down the leg side, Morris trying to whip it off, missed it into the keeper's glove. But a crucial point in this game here. 2 new batters really. Edwards says a loud appeal. Loud appeal. The umpire shakes his head. The Jamaicans are confident that it hit something. What did it hit? Not sure. But not out, says the umpire. Seemed as though it clipped the pads and went into the keeper's glove. He came up with the ball and they appealed. Not out, says the umpire. So Edwards would have to continue bowling. Morris still at the crease. And Barbados 97 for 3. Left arm around the wicket. Bustling. So it's pitched up and
that's
driven
gorgeous.
nicely. Well fielded by the man at short extra cover. Morris getting into his stride, really. A lovely shot, but straight to the fielder. That brings the end of the over. Barbados 97-3, looking for 269. The batsman at the crease, skipper Seeley, he has just joined Morris, who's on 7. Seeley himself is also on 7.
It was such a pleasant drive to end the over. Unfortunately, couldn't find the gap. So Hines will continue, no doubt. 6 overs, 10 runs. Picked up that wicket of Nima bowling. 7 overs.
This one is driven up to covers by Seeley. To loose cricket there by the Jamaicans. They're actually bubbling. Could hear their voice. Strong, solid offside field for Hines. Seeley is forward in the approved manner. So there's a slip, short extra cover, square cover point, mid off, mid on, short leg. And there's a man at short, fine leg. Basically, just for the turn, for the sweep. Every ball has been bowled. There's a scream. That was a quicker delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove.
Yes, suddenly it seems like every ball delivered by Alex Hines is an occasion. All of the field is quite animated when he runs into bowl.
Seeley, fully forward, showing his authority as a batter, also his skills. He's known for his bowling, but he's a skipper of the Barbadian team. Needs to get a good knock here. Needs to really dig in. But they're looking to dislodge him. Another dot delivery by Hines bring this over to an end. It's 97 for 3. 97 for 3. Both batters are on 7. That is Hines and Morris doing battle here for Barbados at Arnisville in the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars 3-day tournament. This is the finals between Jamaica and Barbados. Truly good conditions for cricket here. Had some interruptions on the first day. Slight ones. Today has been all sun. The sun has been blazing down here in Arnisville. The outfield is green, nice, lush. See the greenery in and around Arnisville. Tells you that there has been a lot of rain in and around St. Vincent, also in the Caribbean. It's the season. And there's a change in bowling here. So James returned, the man who has picked up 2 wickets so far. 2 crucial wickets. He has now replaced Edwards and would continue bowling here for Jamaica. Looking for wicket number 4. James, full delivery to start. Pushed up, back, past him by Morris. This is a very crucial session. The loss of a wicket or 2 could spell trouble for Barbados. But a good partnership would put them in good stead as well. Between Morris and the skipper, Seeley. James is looking to interrupt such. That's why he was brought back by his captain Barnes. James just on the off stump, hitting that foot stump, brings Morris into defense. Pretty quiet time here at Arnesville between both teams. Little cat and mouse game being played here between both teams. This one again, just on the off stump. Really good line and length been bowled here by James. Just on the off stump. Just asking questions of Morris, who is equal to the task.
Yes, the Jamaicans seem to really want to get this wicket of Morris. He hasn't lit up the tournament with the bat, but he seems to think it's a very important wicket to get. I'm not too sure. A lot of the players, they're quite worked up out there. Ryan Edwards in particular, when he is facing up to him, even when he's in the field, he's still worked up when Morris is on strike. It's interesting, really. I'd love to know the story behind that. This one kept low and well played, well handled in the end there by Morris. Why do you think that is, Ken Roy? The Jamaican fielders they're quite worked up. They really want to see the back of Morris. When he's on strike, the players, they all seem to have a different air about them, in particular Ryan Edwards. I'm not too sure what may have transpired in the first innings. I can't put my hand on anything. It was brilliant with the gloves.
Well, wicket keepers always say things and do things. This one is another good delivery on the off stump. It's good to have that sort of camaraderie as well in the cricket. As I say, everything is controlled as to how much, when, where, how, what. Those are the questions you have to ask.
Yeah, they've settled down a bit, which is good to see. From a cricket perspective, it felt like that was taking over. The main reason why we're here at one point in time. So it's good to see that the young stuff has settled down and it's back to just bat and ball doing the talking now. It's nicely bowled again from James. And well handled, equally handled by Morris. So 97 for 3. Morris and Seeley in the middle for Barbados.
Yes, good steady going here by the Jamaicans. The bowlers are doing exceptionally well so far. Hines from the southern end. Now James have been brought in from the northern end and bowling that tight line just on the off stump. Keeping things tight, not giving away the singles, not giving away the bad deliveries. And that is important here as this game continues to unfold at Arnesville playing field. Sun is blazing down on us here. It's pretty hot here. So, good conditions. The wicket has slowed down nicely. Good batting track. So, Skipper Seeley would like to take advantage of this situation. This one is a short delivery. Seeley pulls into it. The hand goes up above the head for the umpire. 6 runs, a bad delivery by Hines. And those are rare deliveries from Hines, really. Been punished.
A brilliant shot there. Well executed from Nathan Seeley. He's picked the length early, got in position nicely, and he didn't try to keep it down. He wanted 6, and he got 6 as well from that shot. So the skipper, the man with the ball, is also showing his skills with the bat.
So loose delivery being punished there by Sealy. Turns that one and calls for a quick single. Gets it. Brings Morris into strike. So some good batting here by Sealy. Scoring that 6. Then looking for a single. Turning the strike over to Morris. Carries the Barbadian scores now to 104. 104 for 2. Sorry, 104 for 3 really. This one is cut and half, stopped by the man at backward point. Good fielding by him, recovered by the man at cover. 1 run given away. Right, given away, taken.
Yeah, what we noticed from Morris, any room given to him, he loves to free his arms. Nicely played there. Well timed, but a good hand by the man at point to stop that from going for 4. Slow on that occasion from Hines. His last 2 deliveries were, well, the one that was hit for 6 and the one that was cut by Morris was too short by his standards. Gorgeous, well played, up and over the man at mid-off. So Sealy on the charge here, Ken Roy.
Yeah, good positive batting here by by Captain Sealy. He has been given some bad deliveries, so he has dealt with them accordingly, and that was tossed in his half, and the man was in short at mid-off, and he went over the top into the fence for 4. 4 more runs to him, carries his tally now to 18. He has rushed up to 18 with 3 boundaries, and Barbados 109 for 3, and his support partner Morris is on 8. 37 overs have been bowled so far. James continue to bowl from this end. We bowl into Morris as Sealy has a little chat with Morris. Short extra cover. A slip, gully, cover point. Mid off. Short mid on a square leg. Sorry, a mid wicket and the fine leg. Delivery just on the foot stump. Morris is equal to the task and plays it with soft hands to the man at short extra cover. James runs away from us here. Again, just on that off stump. Disciplined bowling. Just on that off stump. Steady. Morris comes forward. Plays it with a solid bat. James stopping his run, not to show dead ball signal by the umpire. There's a slip, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Well, square leg really. He's in. Good delivery, just playing that one under his eyes.
Yes, Morris, who's now on strike, I was doing some quick calculations there, Ken Roy. I just wanted to know what sort of runs they've scored in the tournament. And I've seen that Morris has actually scored a half century to his name, gotten starts in the tournament. He had a 37 as well. Before the start of this innings, he had 109 runs in the tournament so far. And Sealy, he has, before the start of this innings, 89 runs to his name. And we know Sealy, he's quite capable with the bat. Last year, he had a 96 to his name, scoring 118 in last year's tournament, but that big total of 96 runs. He's gotten a fast start here, and both batters really have gotten starts in the tournament. Not yet able to press on and get a big score, but they certainly want to look to do that today. Once again, they have a start, their eyes are in. So an opportunity for both of them to put their hands up with the bat for their team.
Yeah, one of these batters would have to score heavily, Morris or Sealy, for them to get to that total of 269. So full delivery on the legs, just turned off to the man at fine leg. Another single. A badly lined delivery.
Yes, and deliveries like that will certainly help them to get to a score that they might need. The skipper is 18 of the same amount of deliveries. Joshua Morris taking his time to get into his innings. He had a few a few anxious moments in the start of his innings, but looks to have settled down quite nicely here.
So James, just another off stump again, fourth stump, as the umpire signals for the first break in the final session of on the second day. And Barbados 110 for 3. Morris, he's on 9, and Skipper Sealy is on 18. As we take a break here at Harnisville, we will continue with coverage here when this water break is over.
Yes, welcome back to what should be the final hour of play. With 27 overs remaining in the day's play. And there's a change of bowling. Tamari Redwood has the ball in hand. Created some chances earlier. And none were held. He's bowling to Joshua Morris. This one is too short. Cut away nicely. Won't get to the boundary. Jordan Johnson will pull it in and they'll pick up 2. It's already mentioned Joshua Morris likes to free his arms, so Redwood and the other bowlers will need to bowl as tight as possible, straighter to him. It's better. Still can do well with being a little bit closer to him. Anything loose, any width given, and he'll surely put you away. Beckford was under the helmet. Helmet is going off. He's headed out into the direction of short mid-off, really. Can't really say that's in the cover area, so around short mid-off. And that one slip fielder, Brian Barnes, captain. So full delivery, not put away by Morris. Oh, this one is way too high, is it? Yes, signal no ball was extremely high, and Morris tried to hit it up and over cover, but just land short of Jordan Morris, who is in the cover area. No ball signal. Extremely loose delivery there from Redwood and his comeback.
This spell from Redwood is very important in the context of this game. How well he bowls is very important. As that one is pulled by Morris through square leg, he may have a good spell or a bad spell, and this may signal the intentions or the directions in which this game would go. Barbados 115. Morris is batting well and Seeley is supporting him. So this spell from Redwood has to be good.
Yes, he hasn't found it yet in this spell. So far, he's been too short or too full. The 4 deliveries bowled in the over so far. Too short or too full. Let's see if he can find that line and length. A bit too easy there for Morris to get on the back foot and stroke that into the covers as well. He hasn't quite found it as yet in this spell, Redwood. But it's a leg spinner, and sometimes you know that although they are wicket takers, they do present those loose deliveries and those opportunities to score. It's a difficult craft being a leg spinner. So the first over after that drinks break concluded. It's 115 for 3.
Well, he has not pitched a ball in the right area up to now, is Redwood. So they have to be careful as to how he bowls, whether or not he would continue. But seems as though there's another issue. The umpires have gathered in the middle. They have called the captain to have a word, not to show what is happening. But Barbados 115 for 3. Skipper Seeley, he's on 18 and Morris is on 13. They have lost 3 wickets. Brown has retired hurt.
So whatever it is that's going on out there, it's good to see the umpires controlling the situation, having a word with the skipper. As you mentioned, we're not too sure what it was about, but the umpires just ready to have a word with Barnes and just let him know whatever it was. We're not sure from here, but the umpires controlling the situation well. And James to continue.
So James has hit that length just on the off stump since he has been reintroduced, and he has really bowled very well. Has not gotten a wicket, but he has bowled tightly, kept things intact, really. So he needs the support from the other end, which is Redwood. Again, just on that off stump, causing the batter to play Sealy. He's bowling to his field. There's a slip, a gully, square cover, short extra cover mid off, mid wicket, a mid on, and a fine leg. So he's hitting that area as to where he's supposed to be bowling, keeping things tight, but he needs support from the other end, which is that of Redwood. Barbados still some time away, still some distance away from that score of 269. They need a partnership between these two as well to propel them to that total. This one is on the pad, stifled appeal somewhat. That was heading down leg from my vantage point.
Yes, from mine too as well. Surely going down the leg side.
Yeah, so no danger there for Sealy.
What we've seen of Sealy so far since his introduction, anything loose, anything that looks like a delivery that he can score off of, he's going hard at it. He's picked up a 6 off a pull shot. He's hit one up and over that mid-off fielder. And that's the way he's operating. If it's there to be respected, he'll do that. But once it's loose, he's going to go hard at it. That one kept a bit low on its way to the keeper.
Yes, just on that line of that off stump again, just asking the questions. Is James steady bowling? Good consistent bowling he's doing here for Jamaica. Looking for their 4th wicket. Barbados looking for healthy partnership between the skipper and Morris.
And the wicket has been true for shot making. You can play your shots on the wicket certainly. But there has been variable bunks on the surface. An indication of that delivery keeping low. And we've also seen some deliveries kicking off the surface and rising. So well behind that one, skipper Nathan Sealy. Barbados contingent, they like that defense from him. Hear them praising him from over here, applauding it.
Well, you know how important this innings from Sealy is, and this partnership between Morris and Sealy for Barbados. So they would want to encourage them, would want to support them in any way possible. Those parents, critical juncture here in this game. Could go anywhere, evenly poised. This one is a lovely delivery again on the off stump, and Sealy is forward in the approved manner. Strokes it up to the man at cover, and that brings the over to an end. A very good over bowl by James.
Yes, 115 for 3. Made an over bowl there by James. And typical West Indian style, you can hear them shouting instructions from the stands to Nathan Sealy and Morris when they're batting. Keep it tight. You know, that's what I'm hearing them saying over there. And, you know, that's something that we miss cricket here at Annisville playing field. Those were the good old days, you know, when you're seeing West Indies facing up to the opposing team and people in the stand, they're shouting instructions from various areas. Ken Roy, were you one of those people shouting instructions, letting the West Indians know how to bat or bowl?
I was looking. I was observing. This one is cut to backward point, going past the man there, not feeling cleanly. Another 2 runs there to Morris. So, some not so good feeling there by the Jamaicans.
Yes, and once more room offered and room accepted by Morris. Already highlighted that anything wide, he's going to play at it and he's going to get runs. He seems to like it when room is given. Most batters do, but he's particularly prolific on anything short and wide. So have to cut off room to him. This one is too full again. So it's been a mixed bag really from Redwood since his reintroduction. And when I say mixed bag, I mean it's either it's too full or too short. Hasn't quite found his line and length yet in this new spell. Did trouble the batters earlier when he was bowling. Oh, there you go. That's the sort of deliveries that the captain is expecting him to bowl. That one just getting a leading edge, but just flying short. And you have to be careful about playing on the onside to him with that delivery. I've seen a number of batters dismissed trying to play on the onside to the delivery that's turning back into them. It's just because it pitches so far outside of the leg stump that they think it's an opportunity to play it into the onside, which a captain has a field set perfectly. That gap is vacant, so you're thinking, oh, it's free runs once I get it into the gap, and then it produces the leading edge. Seen two instances where it produced the leading edge, but nothing goes to hand as this one is punished down the ground. No need to move there from Joshua Morris. Excellent shot from the young man.
Yes, a flighted delivery there by Redwood. As you said, he has had a mixed bag, really. He has bowled some really bad deliveries, and that one, Morris had no issues of putting it away, and he did that with fine style. Over the head of the bowler into the fence for 4 runs.
Yes, nice swing of the bat there. Came right into his hitting arc, and all he had to do was get that nice golf swing out and hammer it down the ground for a welcome boundary. This time he whips it on the onside and no run. So a partnership of 33 from 53 between these two. 121 for 3. Barbados recovering well here after the loss of Nima bowling, and unfortunately as well losing Achilles Brong, their opening batter, to an injury. Retired hurt. So Wedderburn is off the field and Michael Clark, substitute fielder. Fresh legs. Quick across the ground is Michael Clark. This one is whipped nicely into the vacant gap on the onside. They hustle back for 2. In the end, the fielder just slip in there, so they get 2 runs quite easily. Redwood, the fielder on that occasion.
Redwood not having the best time of his life, really. Not bowling much of a good delivery. Not much he's been doing so far. And really, Jamaica has to be very careful with this period of the game where these two are building a nice, healthy partnership. That is skipper, Seeley, and Morris. They are doing a pretty good job, a good rebuilding job here for Barbados. And if they continue to do that, they would find themselves chasing the 8 ball, the Jamaicans.
Bit of wit offered on that occasion, but played straight to the skipper, Barnes. Keeping low again there. Seeley looking for a run. Morris not interested. Wisely sent back in the end.
Should have been an easy single there, Stacey. Was played between the 2 fielders. Morris just put up his hand like a traffic cop. Says no. And really, Seeley was committed to it. Sent him back, but was an easy single.
Well,
At the end, he made a decision not to run.
Sometimes we judge singles and say it's easy, and maybe Morris to himself realized that he wouldn't have made it and decided to pull out of it. And, singles ran between two people, two persons in the middle, and Sealy wanted it. Morris decided he can't make it, and he turned him down. And that's one way to look at it. Why?
So James continued to bowl that nagging length outside the off stump. Sealy continues to play positively. That one slipped through the baton pad. Quicker delivery from him as well, but didn't bounce and into the keeper's glove. So James just continued to be nagging outside the off stump, steady consistently, and really good effort from him. Haven't brought him any results as yet, but a pretty good spell bowl by him here. As I said prior, he just needs somebody at the other end to back him up. And Redwood have not done that so far. Again, that delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove brings the over to an end. So a good over again bowled here by James for Jamaica. Barbados just wiggling themselves back into this game. They are now 123 for 3, looking for that target of 269 with the captain Sealy. He's unbeaten on 20 and Morris on 19.
So who do you think they can turn to at that other end, Ken Roy? I know that Nashane Mead is hardly been used today. I think he had a good spell until Nima bowling really got into him and put him away for a few boundaries just before the tea break. But I think he bowled well enough for them to give him another spell. Haven't seen him in operation since then. But Redwood is continuing, and the pressure that's been created by James at one end is released by Redwood at the other end, really. And that's the story of the day for Jamaica so far. If you really look at the way Barbados innings has progressed, added to that the 3 trap catches as well that went down.
Yeah, you have to be bowling in tandem here, and that is not happening for the Jamaican pair. But Redwood continues. It's driven up. Another single, half stop there, but still gets a single. So Morris is growing in confidence. Started a little shakily, but he has grown in confidence so far. Sealy started positively with a 4, a full delivery, smacked it into the fence. He continues to bat well. He has to play a captain's role here, and he has done that thus far. Redwood need to get into the middle order of the Bajans batting. Have not really pitched. Sealy forward in the approved manner. Redwood continues to struggle for that magical delivery. Short punch to the man at square cover. Well, backward point here. There's an extra man there. There's a slip, square cover, cover point, short extra cover. And a long off, mid on, deep, mid wicket. Man on the sweep as well. Redwood full delivery again and dealt with. Down the ground. 1, 2, 3 bounces, 2 more runs. Actually 3 runs to So some bad deliveries here being tossed up, been given to the batters here for Barbados, and they have really capitalized on these. Unfortunately, they have not gone to the fence, but some real bad bowling here by Redwood so far since he's been reintroduced.
Yes, and as a result of that, the difficulty presented for the skipper now has to send the fielders back. So can't put pressure on the Barbados batters by the field because of the loose bowling on display. So now there are 3 men on the boundary, long on, long off, and mid wicket. And that field, that cover is also deep, so can prevent a single. So really easy cricket for the Barbados team at this point in time.
Yeah, just easing the pressure that James creates at the top end is Redwood, making it very easy for the Barbadian batters here and really causing them to be scoring freely. So that brings the over to an end, and the score after 44 overs, Barbados 127, 127 for 3, looking for that target of 269. The skipper Seeley is unbeaten on 23, and Morris is with him. He's on 20.
So it's a question now for the captain whether he'll continue with Redwood in the hope that he'll produce a magic over, a few challenging deliveries to the batters. So far in his spell of 3 overs on his comeback, he hasn't troubled the batters at all, dishing up half volleys, full tosses, and long hops, really. So skipper might have to change his plans at that end, as runs are leaking there. A deficit of 142 now, Barbados, trailed by 142 runs, 127 for 3. And if you're the Barbados batters, you're just thinking, if Mead is bowling good to me, that's fine. I can just play him off, even a maiden over. If there's anything loose, obviously, they'll put him away. But they can respect the good deliveries because they're able to pick up runs from the other end freely.
Skipper Burns have things to think about as James continue to bowl tightly from this end. Has bowled a very good spell without any results. Still working hard. Again, just another off stump to Seeley. Just can't get that ball off the square, Seeley. James bowling.
It's a difficult one, really. Seems like they have a plan, but the way they've gone about their bowling innings so far, they've largely rotated the spinners from one end and bowl the seamers from the other end. But they might have to change plans for the first time, given how Redwood has gone. Alex Hines maybe was tiring at the end of his spell, so they give him a break and decided they had to go back to Redwood. I'm not too sure what they'll do from the other end after this over from James. Swan is short and pulled away, controlled, so no chance of a fielder getting a catch there, and they pick up a single.
Well, you probably just need somebody to come in and bowl a couple of overs for you. It doesn't have to be one of your regular bowlers here. You probably just need to try somebody for a couple of overs and see what happens.
Yes, and therein lies the enigma. If you then decide, okay, I'm going to go to one of my part-timers, and they produce an over of 6 or more, then it's really akin to what Redwood has been doing. So you might as well leave your key bowler on. So it's as I mentioned, it's a bit of an enigma for the skipper in terms of what. Oh, this one is wrapped on the pad, a huge appeal, and the finger goes up.
Out.
It
That's
looked
out.
adjacent, really. He moved across his stump there, Morris, and it was more celebration than an appeal.
Yes,
As soon as that hit the pad.
I think he misjudged that ball badly, Morris. Thought that it was going down leg, but that ball is directly on the middle stump. And actually, I don't think he played a shot. He rather kicked it. And really, James have worked hard and he has bowled tirelessly from this end, and he deserves that wicket, really. And Barbados have lost their fourth wicket, that of Morris, and I think that came about because of a misjudgment on Morris part.
Yeah, the umpire, he thought about it, but it really, from my vantage point, it was dead straight. It was adjacent, and Morris has to go. Fighting knock from him. New batter is Jaden Roberts, and we were just having a conversation as to who can come from the other end to control the game while James tear away at this end, but he might be nearing the end of his spell as well, pretty soon. So now the captain now has to think about, who do I replace James with? He does have options, Edwards and Mead in the seamers, if they continue with that bowling plan, seamers at one end, pacers at the other, spinners at the other, sorry. But he definitely needs to figure out who he's going to replace Redwood with if he decides not to continue with him, that is.
Well, Redwood have not bowled anything per se. He has not bowled properly. So I think that he needs to be replaced from that end. Who do you replace him with? There is Hines, who have been pulled out for the last 4 overs. He was getting a little bit erratic. But there are a couple of other persons that you could at least give an over or 2. But then the scenario is that you have a new batsman. Would you want your part-time bowlers to be bowling at a new batsman, or your regular bowlers?
Yeah, so James holding into those pads, but too straight. Strain on the leg side on that occasion. And Roberts gets off the mark right away.
Yes, and Roberts is a fair strike of the ball as well. Saw him in the tournament hitting some huge sixes in Cumberland. Have not really kicked off in this tournament. A good find, a very good all-rounder is Roberts, but have not really got amongst the runs. Skipper Seeley is still there, but Barbados, every time it seems to surge forward, Jamaica seems to just pull them back by getting that crucial wicket. And that crucial wicket of Morris helped them now to get the game back in balance. And really, they need another partnership between Skipper Seeley and Roberts. Oh, he's out caught. He's out caught at the wicket. What a delivery there from James. An excellent delivery outside the off stump. Seeley went for it. It hit the outer edge into the keeper's glove, and James have gotten success.
James, oh my goodness, what a discovery for the Jamaica team. He didn't play the first 2 games, but since his introduction, they cannot keep him out of things. And I heard something from up here. Ken Roy, Nathan Seeley, he looked bemused when the umpire raised his finger. But my goodness, James has been so metronomical in the way he's gone about things today. Steady, patient, just looking to bowl it on a line and length in that channel of uncertainty. Straight at times. Occasionally, yes, he may stray down the leg side because of how consistent he's trying to be at attacking the stumps and bowling that 5th stump line. And again, success. 2 wickets in 1 over for Team Jamaica. And the momentum has shifted all of a sudden in the favor of Jamaican team.
Well, I said it. This session, the way that they bowl or the way that they bat would determine how this game would go. And Jamaica has remained patient. Yes, Redwood has bowled badly, but James have been very steady from the time he was introduced, hitting that off stump length, bowling, and he has gotten 2 scalps here for Jamaica and pulled them right back into the game. And really, an excellent spell from James. No complaints.
So new batter, Isaiah Folks. Here's a crazy thought, Ken Roy. How about another seam at the other end?
Well, of course. Of course, you're already in the middle order of the Barbadians batting. You have already have 5 wickets in the bag. You're down to Roberts. I think that you should really run at them now and try and get the remainder of the wickets. You have less than an hour or so to go. Depends on the amount of overs remaining for the day. I really think that you should have bring somebody else and take this bowler Really and truly, he has not bowled anything for the past 4 or 5 overs, to be
Well,
honest.
I guess don't know how helpful it is to James. He's picked up 2 wickets at the other end. They've been able to score freely. So hopefully Redwood can find some inspiration. This one is tossed up again, driven down the ground. Folks, the new batter in, Isaiah Folks, is at the non-striker's end.
That's another full toss being bowled there by Redwood. Really, I'm wondering if the skipper is really thinking about things as to how he's bowling. Roberts is new to the crease. And he just edges that one to third man, really. Calls for one. Stays with that. So 1 run to Roberts, another one to him, 1 to Barbados. But I would have made a change with Redwood.
Yeah, because you're on top. So naturally you want to stay on top. Right now, you're 129. You just dismiss 2 of the set batters back to back. That last delivery, few and far in between, really, from Redwood, from what we've seen today. And the skipper is just hoping that 1 or 2 of those deliveries can produce a wicket for him.
Well, he still have his hope and confidence in Redwood. Continues to bowl from the southern end. Short delivery down the leg side, taken by the wicket keeper. Continue to be very inconsistent is Redwood. Barbados, who looked really good just a while ago at 130 for 3. They are now 130 for 5. All of a sudden, 2 quick wickets from James has turned the whole game around and put it in a different perspective.
Yes, and all of a sudden, those last 3 deliveries, and Redwood looks a new bowler. Certainly something is happening here for him all of a sudden. If he can maintain that, nicely bowled again by him to finish off that over 130 for 5.
Well, I've been taught not to be fooled by the last 2 deliveries that the bowler bowls. They are always good deliveries when you're not bowling well. And really, that is what happened to Redwood. Pitching in the right areas, just telling the skipper, I'm probably getting things good, things right. But I really think that he deserves the rest. But there's a change on this end. Really surprising one. Surprising one. After taking 2 wickets in 2 overs, he has changed the man who have created and caused the game to be in the way that it is. He has taken off James.
Yeah, quite surprising indeed. I mean, unless the bowler, his bowling pace may have been getting a bit tired at the end of his spell. That's the only thing I can think of, really, for the change.
But even in the case, Stacey, you have picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs, 2 big wickets.
You're pumped, I know.
You're pumped,
Adrenaline is running, racing through your body. And
at least another over.
Yeah, well, you switched to mid. And he'll be asking me to do something similar to what James did. And the obvious tactic from the Jamaica team continues. Seamers at one end, and seems like the spinners are going to continue from the other end. I wonder if they'll change that plan anytime today.
Well, it has worked for them so far. And the seamers, James, have picked up, 4 wickets thus far in this innings. Continues to do well. Mead has replaced him. This one is cut down to third man. It's running close to the fence. Will they get there? Just pulling up in front of it. 2 runs to Roberts. Skipper has to be very careful as to how we go about things here. I said, Roberts, a fair strike off this ball. Cricket ball.
Yes, I'll never forget that 6 laced innings he played at Cumberland Playing Field last year, Ken Roy. Had everyone ducking and running for cover. Busmen, the people parked in the parking lot, they were looking to get out, park on the side of the road. But even then, he challenged them on that side. So it's a fair strike of the ball. And when he gets set, he gets going and he hits some monsters.
Yes, Roberts. May not appear to you as that sort of person, but he is a fair strike of the ball and hits it straight as well. Remember that innings was really good innings from him, but he deserves. Barbados would want that from him today. Good delivery again from Mead. Full Yorker length. Dug out. Excellent.
Yeah, and that's all the skipper is asking his pacers to do. Just pull that sort of line and length, attack the stumps, bowl the occasional Yorker, and nothing else to do. Play on the patience of these batters. James did that wonderfully well for him in his spell and picked up the two set batters, Joshua Morris and skipper Nathan Seeley. So Folks and Roberts quite handy with the bat, both of them. Roberts, well, Folks came to the rescue of Barbados a few times in a white ball tournament. So quick single taken there, out to the skipper Barnes, who does the fielding. So this sort of situation is tailor-made for the way Folks plays. Seemed to be a resilient young man and likes a challenge. So 132 for 5, 33 rather for 5. He has a lot of work to do in terms of rebuilding him and Jaden Roberts. They still trail by 137 runs. Barbados 5 wickets down, effectively 6 if Achilles Brown can't bat again in this innings.
Well, another steady over there by Mead. Full length, Yorker deliveries. Just what the skipper asked of him. And Barbados looking so easily going. He's really nice at 130 for 3. Now 133 for 5. And you mentioned Brown. He's still in the pavilion, who had to retire hurt. He's still there to come if he can continue. But skipper continues to bowl Redwood at the other end. Really, should really be looking to get through this middle order for Barbados.
Well, his last 3 deliveries or so in that over is more, in his last over, is more of what a skipper wants from him. And you mentioned not to be fooled by the last 3 deliveries in the over. So let's see. It's a good start from him. Let's see if he can maintain that sort of control and execution that he had in his previous over.
So Redwood continues to bowl. To bowl from the southern end. Outside the off stump, Roberts pushes, misses into the keeper's glove.
That's nice from Redwood. Seems to be getting into his spell now.
Took a very long time to do so.
And the captain has showed faith in him, and he's hoping that he can repay him by picking up a wicket or 2 here. And so far, he's been hitting his lengths well. It's coming out quite nicely. He's bowling a bit quicker as well, Redwood.
Has bowled 4 good deliveries so far in this over. I've not seen that consistency from him during this spell. So as you said, probably just getting into a spell. Took a very long time. This time was outside the off stump. Just pushed up to the man at backward point. Full delivery on the legs again is Redwood. Easily turned to mid-wicket. 2 runs taken. Continues to toss up those full deliveries, those bad deliveries. And 2 runs to Roberts, 2 runs to Barbados. Score moves up now to 135 for 5 Barbados. Replying to Jamaica's 269 here at Arnisville.
So Mead bowling up to Folks. Not yet off the marks, Folks.
I just reminded by our scores that there's another 17.5 overs remaining for the day. 17.5. So Mead continues to bowl. It's a good delivery, squeezed on top of that one. Me just bowling that tight line on the off stump, similar to the line that James bowled. Again, just another off stump. Really good bowling here by Mead. Jamaica has really taken control of this game. The runs have dried up.
Yeah, and
Have gotten wickets.
Folks so far, those 3 deliveries to Mead, not fully forward, looking to play him from the crease. Let's see how he approaches the next delivery. He's new to the middle as well. There you go again. Not really getting that front foot out. Just has great eyes. Eyes are Folks, seeing it well. Nice hands as well.
Me just
So Folks is now, off the mark. Neatly tucking that one on the onside.
So Robertson strike. Behind that nicely. Over comes to an end. 136 for 5. Barbados. Just about the final hour or so for play. Second day. Finals of the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars. 3 days tournament. Been held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And this final has been played between Jamaica and Barbados. Jamaica having the upper hand at this time. And that is complements some excellent bowling by James in 2 spells so far.
Listen, just to remind the viewers, 2 other games being played as well. 3rd place playoff between the Windward Islands and Guyana. Windward Islands, they were bowled out for 244. And Guyana in reply, they are 73 for 2. Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago in that 5th place playoff. Leeward Islands, they were bowled out for 118. And Trinidad and Tobago, they are 90 for 7. And finally, reward for the skipper in persisting with Tamari Redwood edge and neatly taken there by Adrian Ware in the first slip. Folks has to go.
Well, one of the better deliveries from Redwood, pitching just on the midland leg. And the Folks went for a drive, hitting the outer portion of the bat into the slip cordon. And he has picked up his first wicket, caught by Ware at first slip. One of the better deliveries bowled here by Redwood. So he got some reward, and really Jamaica really now in charge of this game, and Barbados 136 for 6. After being 130 for 3, they are now 136 for 6.
Yeah, so some reward there for the skipper. He'll feel good about that. Showing faith in his strike of spin bowler. The Mari Redwood, he did have a shaky start. Lots of deliveries, innocuous deliveries, I should say. And finally, landing this one perfectly. Getting the edge of folks. And Adrian Ware accepting it graciously. So new batter is Jaden Leacock. 136 for 5, Barbados. Leaving that one, Jaden Leacock. Reading a spin well on that occasion. Turning away from him. So well left in the end. Played on the back foot and Leacock gets off the mark. Courtesy of a misfield by Ryan Edwards there. Just behind square. Just behind short square. A successful over completed. 1 run coming off it as well. 137 for 6.
Well, finally, Redwood has gotten a scalp for his skipper. Persistence. And really haven't bowled as well as we saw him bowl prior, but he picked up a wicket. And that's pretty good for Jamaica. But Barbados struggling here now at 137 for 6. Looking at a target of 269. They have lost the majority of their top order. Brown, who has retired hurt, is still in the pavilion. Not too sure if he would be able to bat again in this innings. But Jamaica really on top of this game. Mead was bowled an excellent spell. I think this is his 3rd spell for the day. Mead and James, the pick of the bowler, has really broken the back of the beige, and that is through him into the keeper's glove. Another top delivery there by Mead. Mead straight the delivery, and right behind of that is Leacock, Jaden Leacock. He has a slip, cover, short extra cover, cover point, mid off, square leg, mid wicket, mid on, and the fine leg. This one is just on the off stump, and Leacock is just guiding that down to backward point area. I feel it by the man at square cover. Ball is returned. Jamaica feeling the vibes on top of things here. Batted first, were inserted by Barbados. Got to 269. Excellent knock by Johnson. He did them to that score of 269 with skipper Barnes. getting 60 as well. Excellent partnership for 142. And they're here now, second half of the game, bowling, and they have taken 6 Barbadian wickets thus far for 137 runs. 50 overs have been bowled. This one is just tickled off his leg, running close to the fence. Will they get there? Yes, it does. Over the boundary. 4 runs to Leacock, 4 runs to Barbados, and 4 welcome runs here off of the bat of Leacock.
Yes, and both batters have shown. Leacock, we know, is usually their opening bowler. They've shown that they're competent in defense and shot selection so far in their brief stay at the crease. So the Jamaica team, they're on top, as you mentioned, Kenroy, and they have to find a way to squeeze and continue to be on top, because these two batters are quite capable with bat in hand.
Mead continue to bowl tightly. As the umpire calls a water cat, so a water break here. And as the players refresh themselves, we'd also have a small break here at Annisville and return to give you more coverage in this game, Barbados versus Jamaica.
Yes, and we are back after the drinks break. Redwood to continue to finding his line and length earlier. The over before picked up a wicket of Folks. He's found some consistency in his last 3 overs. Swan is swung away high, hard, and it goes all the way for a maximum. So Jaden Roberts, he's had enough. He's gotten his eye in and he's about to play some shots, Kenroy.
Well, we know Roberts for that sort of cricket. He has just expanded his hands, extended his hands, and lofted that over mid-wicket into the fence for 6. Another not so good delivery from our spinner, Redwood.
This time he cuts it. He cuts it well. He'll challenge the boundary, but good work there. Good chase by the 2 fielders. Mead pulling it back in. They pick up 2. So Roberts looks as if he's ready to get going. 6, then a cut to the offside to pick up 2. That fielder is on the boundary now. Mead, he stays out after fielding that. So 4 men on the boundary. So Mead at extra cover. You have long off, long on, and someone at mid wicket. Umpire appears to be telling the keeper just not to be saying anything while the bowler is running in. We saw Ishan Kishan get a similar warning like that in one of the one-day matches. So the umpire intervention here. So we're ready to resume. Redwood to Roberts, and once more we're umpire just having a word there with the skipper. Oh, this time he edges it to where he takes another catch in the slip off Redwood, and Roberts has to go back. They're taking 8 of 2 deliveries. He now departs, and Ware takes another catch.
Well, Roberts just seems to want to change gears, but unfortunately he has to go back to the pavilion. A short stint by him, a good catch by Ware again, and Redwood have picked up his 2nd wicket. But that was a good delivery just on the off stump. He jammed it into the pitch and into the hands of Ware, who has safe hands, and Barbados have lost the 7th wicket.
Yes. New batter now, Raniko Smith.
Was speaking earlier station, and I said that this session would determine as to how things goes in this game. Jamaica has been very patient, and they have bowled the lines and the lengths. Yes, Redwood have not bowled the way that he ought to, but he's now bowling and picked up 2 wickets, and really they have been disciplined in the way that they have carried themselves in this game, and this way that they have approached it, and it has really paid off for them. Especially the bowling of James really has set things up for them here, the Jamaicans.
Yes, and 7 wickets down now. Not too sure if Achilles Brown would be able to continue take any further part in this batting innings. So it just might be 7 wickets, 2 more wickets for the Jamaican team. It's left to be seen. So Smith to face up to Redwood, who's found his groove. And as I say that, he offers up a full delivery, driven, but a good stop by Wedderburn to keep Raniko Smith on strike.
Yes, an excellent stop by Wedderburn. Diving to his left, really. Seems like the ball has already was gone away from him. Dived to his left and stopped it. That could have been 2 or 3 extra runs. So Redwood has seems to find his line and length finally. Picked up 2 wickets thus far. Tail is up. Jamaica now has taken 7 wickets. Barbados 149. 149 for 7. Still looking at the target of 269. Who's going to bring it home for the Bajans?
Yes, and just to go back to that incident, I'll call it that. The umpires having to intervene with the players around the bat. You know, just talking while the ball is running in. We all know the rules of the game. We know that when the ball is about to deliver, there has to be dead silence from everyone around the field, and you cannot be talking or moving around when the ball is about to be delivered. So disappointing that the umpires had to step in about 2 to 3 times just to simmer things down while the bowler was running in. Hopefully that situation like that doesn't arise again. This one is whipped nicely on the onside. No power in that, so they'll only get 2. It won't go to the boundary. Skipper Barnes pull it back.
So Lecoq telling you that he's no mug with the bat. He can hit a few as well, Lecoq. Seen him done it. Barbados moves up now to 151. 151 for 7. Lecoq is right behind up that delivery. Bat and pad. Displays it with soft hands. Mead bowls a mean ball. Heavy bally bowls just on the off stump. Keep things very tight. A measly bowl as well. Full delivery with a squeeze out to backward point. They have gone for 1. That's all they would get. Mead passes the umpire, pitched up delivery, squeezed out to cover. No run. Stifled appeal. Pretty quiet time here for Barbados. After cruising at 130 for 3. We are now past 5 p.m. and Barbados are now 152 for 7. Another stifled appeal. That brings you over to an end. At the end of over number 53, Barbados 152 for 7. Looking at a target of 269 with 3 wickets in hand, really. Who would bring things home for Barbados? Who knows? Lecoq is at the crease and Smith.
That's full delivery to end the over, but shaping down the leg side from Mead. Scattered appeal around the bat, but of course it was heading down the leg side. So Redwood to continue. To Lecoq. Was found some consistency in his second spell after starting. Swan is down the leg side, an attempted sweep shot. Not sure he got anything on that one. They're heading back for 2. They get it quite easily in the end. So by signal by umpire Ryan Banwari. I feel like every time I mention Redwood finding his groove or him being a bit more consistent, he delivers something a bit ill-directed. So I think I'll just cease from mentioning anything like that for his sake and the Jamaican fans' sake as well.
Superstitious.
So one cut into the body of Beckford. He's won a few blows in this match so far. Another one being hit into him, but he's okay. Strong young man there, fielding at silly point. Has to be courageous to field in such a position. It's looking for a big drive down the ground. Hits the inner half of the bat and goes on to the onside. He picks up a single. Leacock brings Smith on strike to face up to Redwood. Smith yet off the mark. He's not off 5 deliveries. The skipper, interestingly, sends back Jordan Johnson to the long off boundary. This one ill-directed again, and Raniko Smith gets off the mark. That concludes the over as well. 156 for 7.
So Smith gets off the mark with a sweep shot from an ill-directed ball from Redwood. Continues to be very inconsistent with his bowling, but has picked up 2 wickets for Jamaica. 156 for 7. 269 is a target. Leacock and Smith battling here for Jamaica. Has been a change of bowling here. The man who have ripped through the innings of the Barbadians, James, have been reintroduced.
Yeah, so James refreshed, rejuvenated, hopefully, and back into the attack. He's picked up 4 wickets so far in this innings.
Oh,
right away, he's on the money. Yorker to start. Raniko Smith, a tall man. There's a long way to get down. Does so quite well to keep that delivery out.
What a delivery that is from James to start his third spell here. Thought it went through the baton pad really, but he squeezed on it. Really good delivery to start a spell here from James. Another good delivery by him, just on the off stump, asking questions of Smith. He has 4 wickets thus far. He has gotten 4 wickets for 21 runs thus far. Very good bowling for him. This is his third spell. This one is driven out to the man at cover point. Sun is still shining with us, still here. It's all in all its glory. Breeze have ceased. Everything has become stilled, rather humid. As we go past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, long day at the office. James. This one is another delivery right on the off stump. Smith is equal to the task. Just punches it out to the man at cover who does the fielding. So Jamaica totally in charge of this game now. James looking for a fifer. Seems to be having a few issues. Probably just a little bit sore. Has bowled hard and long and consistently good. Been stretching those legs since he has returned. Probably not too comfortable. Well, this is day number 2. Yeah. Just closing out the last hours of play here against Jamaica. Really batted well yesterday. Compliments Johnson, who got 100. Skipper Barnes, who scored 60 as well. Good partnership between those two. This one is just inching around the stumps, a shorter delivery. Smith trying to just paddle it around, missed the wicket and really close shave of the stump there. Ball just bouncing around. That brings you over to an end. 156 for 7. 55 overs have been completed here. And we have another 12 overs or so to go into day's play. Stipulated.
Yeah, just going back to that last delivery, quite a lot happened there actually. Smith, in trying to, it almost went back onto his stump first of all. In trying to kick it off of his stump, he almost trod back onto his stump, trying to kick it off. But a maiden over from Deshaun James and Redwood to continue. So 156 for 7.
Redwood outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. Quicker delivery. Looking for his third scalp. This one is a better delivery. Negotiated well there by Leacock. Known for his fast bowling. But there's no mug with the bat. This one is short again and he's cutting that through. Backward point. They have gone for one. They are back for a second. So 2 runs to Leacock. Short delivery again by Redwood. His consistency, inconsistency in his bowling in this spell. Left much to be desired really. But he has done the trick for Jamaica. He has gotten 2 wickets.
Yeah, well waited and watched there by Lika. Just waited on it to turn and then play that cut shot into the offside. So one he decides to leave alone. Looks like the skipper, don't know if he's asking Johnson to warm up a bit. Oh, soft dismissal there from Leacock. And Redwood gets another.
Oh, Lord. Another soft dismissal. Leacock trying to whip it off his legs and just ballooned it to the man, Redwood, who's been bowling for Jamaica. So, wicket number 8 goes for Barbados. Leacock bounces back to the pavilion. 158 for 8.
Yes, and it's something I've been speaking about. You have to be careful how you try to play across him. And delivery moving, spinning across. Leacock, that one didn't bounce. Didn't pitch all the way on the outside of leg stump. It was fairly straighter. And Leacock just looking to walk it on the onside, getting a leading edge. An easy return catch taken there by Redwood. He played him well in the over. He looked to play him on the offside. He's a leg spinner. That occasion, just looking to play across. A straight bat is what he should have met that one with. And Redwood gets another wicket, 158 for 8. James will continue, not too sure if Achilles Brown is fit to bat. So this might well be the last wicket pair for Barbados team. It's left to be seen. Saurav Warrell, a new batter in.
Well, if Brown was okay to bat, I thought he would have been out already, sent out already to bat, really. But
Sometimes some players like to show up in the face of adversity, injury, or not this one. Oh, this one is
Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer. Well deserved, Stacey-Ann.
Yes, indeed. He's easily been the pick of the bowler today, Deshaun James. I am thinking here as he ran into bowl at delivery, he's been a compulsive wicket taker, really. Every time he gets a wicket, he seems to follow up that by taking another wicket in the over. When he picked up his first wicket, he went bang, bang. And when he came back for his new spell, picked up a wicket, then got another one, the fifth delivery of that over. And he picked up his 5th wicket. So if it had another batter, may well have seen him picking up another one there, the way he's gone about things today. So a well-deserved 5-wicket haul, and the skipper just taking him off, carrying him off, telling him, oh, you've done well for the day. You deserve some rest on your feet. So let me just escort you off.
Yeah,
it's a smaller man.
Been lifted off. Showing appreciation by the skipper for what he has done. He has bowled exceptionally well, James, for Jamaica. And Barbados' first innings have come to a close at 158 for 9. Brown, who has retired out, will not return. So they have now forfeited their innings. So Jamaica has bowled out, really, Barbados for 158. He's retired. So well done to Jamaica. Well led there by the skipper, and really excellent bowling by James has given them this first innings over Barbados with just about a day and about 10 overs remaining. Stacey-Ann, how do you view this game going?
I have no comments about the views on the game so far. What I do know, what is a fact, is that Jamaica, they have a lead of 111, and they'll surely be looking to build on that lead quickly overnight into tomorrow morning, with the hopes of having enough time to send Barbados in to have a knock, to try and bowl them out a second time. Excellent and an exceptional display of bowling, really, in particular from Deshaun James. They really had no answers for him. The way he went about his spell, as I mentioned, quite metronomical. He didn't try anything special. He just ran in and bowled in that channel of uncertainty most times. Looked to attack the stumps. That delivery was full, swinging in to the right-handed Raniko Smith, who wasn't able to control it and hit it straight to a man there at square leg to finish things off, picking up his 5th wicket, Deshaun James. At this point in time, we'll just let you know how things progressed in the Barbados innings. Bat from Barbados and with the ball from Jamaica.
Well, just to let you know how things went, Joshua Morris, he was LBW Deshaun James for 20. Nathan Seeley, he was caught. Williams, Bowl James for 24. Roberts, caught Ware, Bowl Redwood for 15. Isaiah Fawkes, he was caught Ware, Bowl Redwood for 1. Leacock caught Bowl Tamar Redwood, Cotton Bowl for 11. Smith caught Redwood Bowl James for 1. Warrell was not out and a duck. And just to let you know what went on, Zaire Brathwaite, he was caught Bedford Bowl James for 16. Achilles Brown was retired out for 23. He couldn't continue his innings. Joshua Dawn, excellent delivery. He was out for a duck from James. Nima Bolden, the man who scored the most runs, he got 37. LBW Alexis Hines. And Joshua Morris, LBW Deshaun James for 20. And really, Barbados all out for 158. 158 for 9 for the bowling. Edwards, he bowled 10 overs, 1 for 29, no wickets. Deshaun James, 10, the man with the golden arm, 10.1 overs, 3 maidens, 21 runs, 5 wickets. Excellent bowling. Tamar Redwood, 18 overs, 1 maiden, 56 runs. He picked up 3 wickets. Nashon Mead, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs, no wickets. Hines, 9 overs, 5 runs, 5 maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Justin Beckford, 1 over, 1 maiden. And that's how things went for Barbados. They are 156 for 9. And really, that's how things are. There's a break here in transition, and I'll be back to continue coverage with this game as Jamaica would go back to bat in their second innings. Wait, how much are you supposed to lead for flying force for that? 150. Right. This is 530. Huh? This is 530.
Even in international cricket, it happens.
Remember, we're supposed to attend over. I think it's once you understand 10 over remaining at the break. Because we have less than 10 and 9 remaining. So if you take out 2, you're supposed to go about 7.
2 or 3 for innings. 3. 2. Yeah. Barbados start with back when just before lunch. For close up in one. So 4 hours. 4 to 5 hours. About 50 overs. 51 overs. That's about 5 hours. Okay. Oh. The only person who lose a game in our Jamaica. Benedict, you What's going to lose a game in Jamaica? Yeah, what I mean.
We're looking to back to about CR just before tomorrow. That's lunch.
It's close. They're going 20 and 50, 20 and 60 runs, right? Tired out. Can't come back.
Without anything but anything yeah, I don't know.
So welcome back here at the Annisville playing field. Jamaica have 1 over to negotiate. Accord 1 over. That's going to be bowled by Nathan Seeley and skipper. Opening batters Adrian Ware and Trevon Williams.
Where you see?
Right away on the pad, a huge appeal, a celebration really from the celebration from the Barbados players, and that's the way Seeley appeals, a broad like appeal, celebrate appeal from him. He runs away in celebration in his appeal. But umpire Ryan Banwari says not out. Forced delivery, a tricky period here for the openers. It's pretty tense here at the Annisville playing field as that delivery was delivered by Nathan Seeley. First up, he was hit on the pad. All the players went up. Well, most of the players, the man at short leg was unmoved, but not out, so we continue. You see the shine on that ball as it's being delivered, brand new. 4 more deliveries for Ware. A man goes out, Saurav Warrell. Warrell goes out to the mid-wicket fence. This one is whipped in his direction. I don't think he'll get there. Yes, he does. Good work by him to cut that off. So 2 runs by Ware to open his account. It's a quick walk across the field there by Saurav Warrell to cut that down to 2. So chat by the 2 openers, making sure that the clock ticks over to 5:30 and they won't have to face another over after this. Don't think they would have anyways. It's already there according to my watch. It's nicely forward by Ware on that occasion. Nicely worked by Ware. Should look for 2. Yes, they're coming back, so another 2 to Ware. So a conversation between the umpires and the skipper Nathan Seeley. Not too sure what that's about. Lots of conversation were held between the umpires and Brian Barnes when Jamaica were bowling. So one pitches and leaves him, overbalancing a bit there. And that concludes the end of the day. The Jamaican openers, they survive 4 without loss, a lead of 115. And Jamaica will say a job well done today.
Well, great job by Jamaica. They set a target of 269 and they bowled out the Bajans for 156. That gives them a lead of 113. At the end of day number 2, they are 4 without loss. So that carries their lead to 117 really. So an excellent day for Jamaica here in the finals of the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars 3-day tournament. The finals between Jamaica and Barbados. Jamaica taking the lead here in the first innings, bowling out the Bajans. A really excellent day. And they must say kudos to Johnson, who got 100, and their skipper, who scored 60 in the first innings to propel them to that score. And now the excellent bowling of James to have them winning the first innings and really taking command of this game. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the end of day 2. Jamaica taking the lead in this game, and Barbados have all to play for. tomorrow.
Yes, Barbados did well to pick up the last 6 wickets of the Jamaican innings for just 52 runs after that big partnership of 144 between Barnes and Johnson. And then they went into bat, and Jamaica answered the call. They were dismissed for 158. Unfortunately, Achilles Brown, the opener, had to retire hurt. And now Jamaica with a lead of 115, after getting 100 and after Barbados give them 111 of that after having bowled out for 158. I'm pretty sure we're in for a thrilling contest tomorrow. Both teams desperately wants to win the trophy. So in the morning session, I expect to see Jamaica really going at it so that they can look to send Barbados in. Barbados, on the other hand, they'll be looking to pick up lots of wickets to curtail the Jamaican charge. So a cracking contest we have on hand. Final day coming up tomorrow. Kenroy.
Yes, the final day of this finals, and Barbados have all to play for tomorrow. Jamaica already have the ascendancy and really just need to play basic cricket and get over the line. But really, an interesting day of cricket tomorrow. How does it go? I don't know. You have to tune in tomorrow where we'll bring you coverage again from Annisville playing field in the finals of the West Indies Rising Stars 3-day tournament being played in St. Vincent and Grenadines. We are saying good evening here from Annisville and hope to join us tomorrow when we continue coverage in this game between Barbados and Jamaica. It was a pleasure being here. I'm Kenroy Martin, and on behalf of Alan Cookchang and Stacey and Adams, we are saying good afternoon and hope to have you tomorrow when we do another live broadcast.